invocation by invitation. For those who'd like to participate, if you would stand. Dear gracious Heavenly Father, we humbly come before you and ask your presence in our meeting this evening. Please provide us the peace and civility to discuss and act with wisdom in the decisions for our city. We ask you to touch and heal those around us who are not well this evening and cannot be with us. We ask you to continue guiding our national leaders and providing our country a stronger union. We rely on your intervention with all our world leaders and their quest for world peace. For all this we pray in your name. Be with our men and women in uniform throughout the world who defend our freedoms at home. Protect them and provide their families solace until their safe return. We give thanks for the dedication of all our first responders as well, who provide for our security, safety, and well-being every day. Please remain with them and provide peace for their families also. May we remember in all of today's troubles in our world and at this time of the seasons that our peace is in the ability to wait patiently in spite of panic brought on by uncertainty every day. And as in your word in John chapter 14, verse 27, may we remember, peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid. It's in your holy name we pray these things. Amen.
Amen.
Be seated. Call this meeting to order at 6:31. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Be seated. Our interim city manager is not with us. She has begun a medical leave of absence effective today. And so we'll conduct this meeting with the assistance from our legal representative, Mr. Scott Walker. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely.
And our first order of business, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda from our dais this evening?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am?
Yes. Well, and then I was trying to see if we needed to add it or if we just do it during the commissioner report. But I would like for us to talk about what transpired here and Public Works last week.
Okay.
So do we need to add that in, or do we just need to do it during that time?
We can certainly add that as a new business item, if that's acceptable to everyone.
That's
It'll be agenda item number 3. If that's acceptable.
I have a question. When the comments made about what happened here last week, is that in reference to my email or is this something different on the Public Works?
For specificity to that.
I'm sure it's different.
It's
I'm
different?
not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what.
Well, I don't know what that topic's going to be on, but I also have something for the Public Works discussion during that edition, but I don't think it's
Okay,
going to be
we
the
can-
same item.
Okay.
And I would also like a discussion on the city manager position.
That would be new business as well, so we can discuss the last week event that you're speaking of, Vice Mayor, and then the agenda item number 4 would be your Public Works discussion, and then item number 5 would be regarding the status of our part-time application process and where we are with that. And I think
Yeah,
that would be
and
a
moving
legal
forward,
report, but
yeah.
it could certainly be
Okay.
the item to bring that up. That's fine. Anything else?
That should cover.
Okay. All right, I'll entertain adoption of the agenda with the added 3 items listed.
So moved.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion from the dais? And the meeting is being recorded at this time for record keeping and minutes to be transcribed, so. Any comments from the motion on the floor from the constituency in our audience tonight? Adding the new agenda items. Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the adoption of the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays like sign, motion carries 5-0. Next is the consent agenda. It's the approval of the minutes from November 10th, as well as approval of the bill payments as presented. Do I hear a motion for further discussion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Iris Bailey. Do I have a second?
A second.
And a second from Commissioner Green. Any discussion regarding the consent agenda items?
Mayor, I have
Yes, ma'am.
some items to discuss on the transaction list.
Okay.
So,
And I'm sorry, I have questions on the minutes as well, so you go first
Okay.
with the transactions.
so the questions, and Deanne is not here to talk for herself, but I still have all the outstanding November or October questions that I had last month. They still have not been answered. But moving forward to this transaction list, I've noted some items. Robert Half, which for everyone in the audience, that is payments for the temporary bookkeeper that we have on staff right now. She's through a firm, so the payment for her services go through Robert Half. So I noticed that on the pay period, the notes ending 10/17, it's also listed on the November and October transaction list with that same description. So I don't know if that's just an error in the coding of the description or if those are double payments. There's also then under Robert Half a payment for $2,895, and now the memo only states November invoices. No pay periods are associated with that payment, yet there's a payment to Robert Half on 11/21 that actually has, or pay period 11/21. So I don't understand what the memo for November invoices mean for that $2,895 payment. There's a payment to Alachua County Board of County Commissioners for hazardous waste. And the description, the invoice number, I'm assuming what it is 25365. That's also listed on your October transaction list. Again, I wonder if that's a duplicate payment. Cisness, I don't know if I'm saying that right, finance charge of $20. Curious if that was due to past due payments or if that's just a reoccurring charge for that. So I don't even know what that service is, to be honest with you. And then I noticed that we're paying property tax. So I don't know of any reason why we would be paying property tax unless we, for some reason, own a property that we're not doing any type of governmental activity out of. Does anyone, I'm curious, know why we would ever pay property tax? The U.S. Postmaster note is to 12-month lease, and both October and November memo states October 25th through October 26th. So is it a monthly lease, or is that for the full year? And if so, is that paid twice?
I can answer that. That's paid for the 12-month period for the post office box. For the
Okay,
city,
so then,
39.
so it's on the transaction list for October as well as November, so that tells me it's either a double payment or,
okay.
yeah. Then Folds Walker's contract, you see two payments in November, both with November as the memo. And I don't know why we would be paying twice on that contract. October was paid on time from what I see.
Okay.
And the CC looked like it was for copier printing.
Sissings, yeah,
The CC is
that's the copier.
Right, but it's a finance charge, so when I see that, it makes me
For a
believe.
late payment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
okay.
that,
that's it.
we don't need to be doing that. That's all I have, I believe,
those.
on the transaction list themselves.
Okay. If it's acceptable to the dais, I can certainly, if it's acceptable to you, Commissioner Fiore, to just pass these to Miss Loretta Ott, because she's making those entries now. I
Yeah.
think she could quickly give you or give us answers if I can just approach her.
Right, and so when I met with Deanna on last Wednesday, she made the request that I provide my questions prior to this meeting. And
Yes.
so these questions are already in an email format that I included the entire commission on, so you can forward that on to her.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. So by consensus, that's acceptable. Everyone just passes to Ms. Ott, and she can get the answers for those items. Okay. Is that all you have for this month for consideration on the bill payments, transactions?
Yes.
Okay. And I would just ask Mr. Walker, regarding our decision to not approve the October payments, and now we're into questions about November. Do we satisfy the October action to accept the minutes, regarding the payments for October now, or do we just hold both months and then they come back to us? 'Cause in my tenure, the last few years, we haven't done this. We've gone ahead and accepted them with the exceptions or the answers to come back to us. So,
Were the October payment questions, was that reduced to writing as well? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So what you could do, if we have those refined in October and November, is approve the payments subject to these questions that are,
being answered
yes.
by
So you could-
motion this evening.
Motion this
And-
evening, you could do it in that way, if you so choose.
Is that acceptable?
No, you lost me.
Yeah.
So you have, for example, I wrote down 2 payments in November that are marked payments for City of Archer, so I'm gonna look into that. Did we get paid twice? Why, what's the status? And then communicate that back to Ms. Ott or yourself, Mr. Mayor. So we have an answer to some of these things. And so you can approve the payments in toto for October and November, accepting out those that are specifically under question, such as, do we get paid twice? What's the status of things?
And give status of those
Yes.
inquiries
Right.
at our next meeting in January.
Correct.
Mayor, I still will not agree to approve these, even in that format that was just explained. And the reason being is that there's no explanation given for many of these, and we do not know really what they're for. And by simply accepting a list like this is not a way that we should be approving transactions. One of us should be looking through every single invoice and being the backup for staff, and that's not happening. And I don't feel comfortable approving any of these. Another thing that I found out, which I mentioned last time, was your bank statements are representing all these deposits in your general fund. And I stated, there's no way that someone's coming in handing money over to City Hall every single day for transactions. I said it's probably water funds. And that's what it was. It was confirmed to me on Wednesday that those revenues that you're seeing coming through your general fund are truly water payments. It's not acceptable. It's too messy. When you finally get to a point where you're reconciling and you're bringing me a whole bank statement that matches all of your transaction lists with your outstanding AP and everything like that, then I'll be willing to adopt it. But until then, there's not enough information for me to ever approve these. Thanks.
Any other comments regarding the process?
I will amend my motion to that which Scott stated.
Okay. Contingent on getting action.
Yes,
Explanations on the items that are brought forward for October and November.
correct.
Okay. And do I have an amended second?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments from the dais regarding the motion on the floor? Any comments from the constituency in the audience regarding the way we're going to proceed with this action?
Are we having comments on this?
Yes.
It's on the motion on the floor, which is to accept the October and November bill payments contingent on getting answers to those things in question. Mr. Arnold.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand the way you framed it, but Gene Arnold,
That's the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, whether you're gonna accept this or not, basically.
Bill payments
Yes,
as presented.
okay. First of all, well, I apologize, I came in a couple minutes late. Did I hear that Miss Deanna is out today for some reason? Sick, maybe?
With the medical condition, yes, sir.
Okay, sorry to hear that. Kind of important that, she is here typically, so that's been a good thing, but when she's not, obviously, these are questions that she should, and I guess she can watch this back and record it. Your question, and I'm not sure, because again, what I was gonna say is this transaction list, first of all, is in a step in the right direction. Agreed? Yes, very, very much more better. But it's got type on here for Folds and Walkers, for instance. I don't know if they paid them twice or this is some kind of weird journal entry, the way she did this, because you've got out here ACH here, and then for Folds and Walker, it has bill payment check, which to me doesn't seem to indicate that that was paid twice, but it's some kind of reconciliation maybe. I don't know in the program. But, I see the same type of thing with, what was the other thing, the postmaster, where you've got a check up above on 11/4, and it has the actual check number 3949, and then down below it says bill payment check. So again, I don't think it's a redundancy, I think it's some kind of a
Check and balance.
journal entry thing that could have been probably cleaned up to not have the redundancy and hence the confusion. But again, I could be totally wrong, and
Yes, sir.
our bookkeeper may be paying everyone twice, which would be terrible.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Mayor, while the next one shows up, can I respond to that real quick?
Certainly.
So when I sat with staff on Wednesday, it was confirmed that there's no reconciliation happening at this point. Loretta is still entering fiscal year 25 data into the system, and until she finishes that, she's not even going to be able to start reconciling 25. So I see what you're saying about maybe it's some kind of reconciliation, but I don't think it is. I think it's two entries totally
Reconciliation is
separate.
probably the incorrect word, but it's a different type, where she has bill payment check and then the
Gotcha.
actual check.
Okay.
In the release of it. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Costello?
Hi, Lori Costello, citizen. My first question is 11.5 Ring Power Corporation for 1526. I would like to know what that is. And then Gainesville telephone service. I'd like to know what that is. That was on 11/20. Also for 17/18, it has, I guess that rec is recreation, maintenance and supplies. Are we still paying somebody to do recreation? What is going on there? That is maintenance and supplies under recreation of 17/18.
What date is that? You're speaking of.
11/24. Then GRU communication costs. I remember that 575. I remember we talking about this before, and I can't remember what that is for. Also, it looks like we brought in 140,000 and spent 40,000. That's what it looks like to this, but where did that 100,000 go? I'd like to know where that 100,000
What date are you speaking of for that?
for the totals for these. The totals for these is we brought in 100,000 and spent 40,000, so there's 100,000. Where did that 100,000 go? Okay, now, since Deanna's not here, will the bookkeeper be answering the questions, or who's gonna be answering the questions?
I am committing to listing those questions, including the ones that Commissioner Fiore listed here, and get with staff and get specific answers or bring it back to the next meeting.
Okay,
That's the process we're going to use for reconciling October to a point of accepting the payments in October and in November.
okay. We're not, do we do away with just the list of bills? Is this the new way of doing it?
This
Where you're
was the
putting-
recommendation.
Where you're putting the money that we receive along with the bills? Is this the new?
A depository list of monies
The
deposited?
deposits mixed in with the bills?
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
This, is this
That's
the
in
new
that spreadsheet.
form?
That's the one that Mrs. Ott is using right now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're not using just the bill payment sheet anymore, is that
No,
correct?
we've advanced to that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great,
And-
awesome. Okay, let me see if there was,
And a landscape ability to have notation to it.
okay,
3 minutes are up. Ms. Costello, can you wrap it up, please?
thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else regarding specifically the motion on the floor? Please. Yes, ma'am, Ms. White.
If that is confusing to one of the best accountants in this county and to a numbers man, think how confusing it is to us.
Yes, ma'am.
That don't like numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, you have several, more than two, for recreation. We don't have any recreation in Archer. We've done away with it. We do have a recreation fund that people purchase banners to support.
Yes, ma'am.
So is that coming out of that? It shouldn't be if we don't have any recreation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Bill Lewandowski, citizen.
Yes, welcome.
Thanks. So I just want to remind the commission that you still don't have any idea what % of budget spend you have. So as you're approving these bills, we discussed it last meeting. You said you're going to have it by February. I have my doubts given the condition of Deanna. I'm very sorry to hear that she's ill. But you're spending money and you have no idea where you are vis-a-vis your budget. And I'm really concerned, and that problem keeps on compounding every single month. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Tufano?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Fellow citizen, sure. So, I want to understand what's happening here. So, Ms. Fiore has said she's not going to approve the bill list. Are you currently voting on that? Did Mrs. Commissioner Bailey approve it with those
So I clarify your motion,
exceptions?
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, what are we doing? Are you guys going to
We
approve
made
it?
a motion and we're listening to you and your opinion on it now.
Okay. Oh, so you haven't yet? Okay, so I strongly urge you not to approve it. Because, as Mr. Lewandowski said before, we have the best person here telling us we shouldn't be doing this. And I guess my concern is, why don't we have the answers that Ms. Fiore, Commissioner Fiore, gave us last month? We've had a whole month. I've offered my time
yes,
to
sir.
help. Why are we now saying it's gonna be next month? It keeps rolling. It's 2 years, guys.
Yes, sir.
If you can't do the job, then please step down, let somebody else do it.
Yes, sir.
This is not acceptable, especially since our taxes have just gone up. Please. I just don't, I'm flabbergasted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, do something.
Did you say it was gonna be another month?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right, because I know I didn't. So I was just trying to figure that out.
That was my commitment to document everything and succinctly provide that report.
Roberto Lopez, I
Welcome.
too am asking you not to approve this. It's too many questions. And we've been waiting and waiting, some people for months and Sundays and not getting any answers. And I'm just so afraid that if we keep pushing this down the road, we're still not gonna get any answers. Because you're saying now we won't know until next month? That's a long time for Ms. Fiora to get some answers to all of her questions that she requested months ago. So I'm asking you, please do not accept this. Do not do this. It's too many questions.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I do have one more question, Charles Stefano. What happens if we don't pay? What happens if we don't approve these bills? Are they getting paid right now? Oh, they're getting
Yes.
paid.
This is the transactions for the
So
month
this is
paid,
just- it's kind of a
and
rubber
now for
stamp.
our review for the month.
Thing.
Yes, sir.
Like commission,
It's already paid.
it's already paid.
Yes.
Thank
So-
you, Mayor. So, yes, so that's another issue. We're approving items that we don't know anything about after they've been paid with no
Okay.
backup. So it just keeps adding on to.
Compounding this.
Right.
And the
And if I may say, so, as everyone's sitting up here, just another example is the AFLAC that I was running after for months, 6 months worth of AFLAC, trying to get that answer. And I finally went into the office on Wednesday, and Deanna was able to provide me with the statements and employee paychecks. And it's what I suspected. The employee, what they're paying, getting withdrawn off their paycheck for supplemental insurance is less than what the policies are. So you have Archer paying for supplemental insurance for employees. Now, that's just AFLAC. There's other supplemental insurances here that no one knows that they're being done correctly. I haven't had a chance to even look at those yet. I've had that request put in. So that's just one more example of an item on here that we're gonna sit here and approve, saying it's all fine and dandy, when it's not. It needs to be looked at. So I won't approve.
Mayor Hope, what happened, since Deanna's out for maybe who knows how long, what happens and who's doing her job in her absence? Is that you? Is it, because you.
This occurred at 7:48 a.m. this morning, sir.
Okay.
It
So
will
you
be
don't-
part of our discussion this evening.
don't
It has
know.
nothing to do,
Yeah.
no, we will have full discussion and
Okay.
action decisions in tonight's
Okay.
meeting.
Thank you.
Has nothing to do with the motion that's on the
Okay.
table right
Okay.
now. Please, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
I think I'm sorry, before we go there, because I think our motion was made, it was based on, can you say it again? It was based on a condition
Correct.
that we're looking
That
at.
The
we-
contingency
exactly.
of getting
And getting
a
those.
complete list of the answers for both October and
Yeah.
November.
It was a little
And
minute down the road.
unfortunately,
so I had
still
to
a
come
month
back.
forward, but getting succinct answers and changing the process and making decisions if we need to do it a different way.
Correct. Correct.
I got it now.
Okay. All those in favor again, say aye. for the motion.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign.
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1.
Still gotta
With-
do the minutes.
Ma'am?
We still gotta do the minutes, 'cause
Yes, ma'am. Now on to just, because we separated the consent agenda, the question I have on the minutes are pretty brief. I think, Mr. Walker, you answered the one regarding the October record of minutes and how we will do that from this point. So we have 2 months of bill payments that are presented that are only approved by us contingent on getting the answers to the questions. The other old business record is, again, could be through your report, Mr. Walker, this evening on these minutes that reflect from last month, where Mr. Walker was going to clarify the reason for having to have an RFP. This is under old business in the Laurel Hill Cemetery Maintenance Agreement with West Farms. Would you be able to conclude some of that in your report this evening? Because it's just an ongoing item that we're going to need to list as old business ongoing, but we will then be into 3 months of paying month to month out of contract, if you will, with West Farms on services and not proceeding with an RFP, so.
I need to get the RFP together for that
Okay.
is where we're at.
Okay, so it's acceptable for us to continue
Yes.
providing the service month to month at this point until that RFP is completed? Because neither party has rescinded the services by contract, so okay.
Can I, if we're talking about that, can I ask a question then on that
Yes,
topic?
ma'am.
So the contract we have right now is a legit contract. We're not out of term. I'm not understanding why the need to go for RFP.
That's what happened last month in your absence, was just why do we have to do an RFP if we just renew the contract with the current provider?
I'm going to look into it further and confirm that West Farms is willing to honor the existing contract or, where we're at with that. So I need to, my understanding is that that is not the case, but I could be
Okay.
wrong about that.
Does that answer your question?
Okay.
Commissioner
Okay.
Fiore?
Yeah, we're in the contract, so unless they've come to us and say, hey, I want out of the contract, there's really no need to negotiate anything, in my opinion, until that contract is
And the contract
expired.
reads that way until
And we
either
didn't
party-
renew
yeah.
anything recently. It's just we have that contract in place right now.
Right.
It's a running contract.
And that was the basis for that question, is just to get clarification on why we're doing it.
And yeah, we talked about that, last month. We was, we was thinking and asking why would we need one?
So
Because we don't wanna,
point of order,
Yes, ma'am.
we're supposed to be making corrections or approving these minutes. All of those questions should be after that. So do we have corrections that we need to make in the minutes? Was there something wrong?
That was my clarification, is it whether that was going to be brought forward tonight or not, because the minutes reflect that that would be part of a report from legal. That's why I asked that question, Madam Vice Mayor. And that's all I have. I got my appropriate answer for that, so thank you. All right, with that said, then do we have a motion for the approval of the minutes from November 10th?
So moved.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
A second.
I have a Commissioner Green as a second.
Oh, my bad.
Penny, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
It was originally, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
Any other discussion from the dais regarding the minutes as reflected from the dais?
okay, well, as I was first saying, we voted that same question last month about the RFP, if it was really necessary, because,
Or we're going to be provided an update?
right, because my take on that was,
It was-
not to really rock that boat if we don't have to, because I don't think anybody else is gonna do the job for what they're doing it for, so if we don't have to rock that boat.
Any other comments regarding the minutes as reflected in the discussion in this motion from the constituents in the audience? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the approval of the minutes from November 10th, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, nays like sign. Motion carries 5-0 on that. Public announcements. Anyone? The holiday cheer.
Yeah, I was gonna say, gosh, we're so quiet. Are we doing anything for holidays? Well,
That's
not
who I
when we
thought
talk
was
about
coming
public
forward.
announcements.
Thank you, sir.
Well, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
All right, Caleb Young here. On behalf of St. Philip's Lodge number 55. It is that time of year again. And I am before you tonight. My days are running together. Lord, it's been a long weekend.
It's a Monday.
Yeah. And we have the normal, toy giveaway. That's scheduled at least on our calendar for December 20th.
Okay.
December 20th this year. Last year we had it on the 14th, I believe, 16th, 14th, one of those. And we talked about this year moving it to the 20th to kind of work with the families, give some people some more time to kind of get their own situations squared away to be able to help a little bit. Certainly grateful in times past for the individual donations, the church donations, and those who have big hearts and hidden hands, and we appreciate you. We were able to pull it off. Successful event. This year we're back on the 20th, and we're asking that you all support us in any way you can. Given the circumstance, I think all around the country, there are some setbacks financially. There are some concerns about how much holiday cheer we're gonna actually have this year. But we pressing toward the mark. So on December 20th, we're gonna be asking for the Wilson Robinson Pavilion Park to be able to have this event at. And you know, all of the normal stuff like tables, chairs, toiletries for the bathroom, to try to pull this event off.
Have you completed an application yet?
I was just about to say it. We have the application. I was unable to get it in tonight. Normally, that's going to be Ronaldo Smith, who does the application, who had an emergency with his child tonight, so he couldn't make it. But we will get it in, be done. He just needed to go back through it and make sure it was all accurate before we send in that request.
So did you include those, what you just verbalized?
Yes.
And what you need?
Yes.
So that could be sent out to us, even though we're not having a meeting for our review, so.
Yes.
As a commission. Okay.
Yes, I can make sure that happens. As always, I have to ask, anything monetarily that you all will be able to help us with, would be very, very, very much appreciated. We had a big donation come in last year, I believe, somewhere out of Alabama. And we were able to kind of pull off because we were facing the same thing last year. That's a great, thank you. Everybody, y'all, we know. So we actually, as you dig deep, personal or professional connections, we want to see the smiles on the kids' face out here this year. I was really, really close to canceling because of some of the financial woes and people not being able to participate. And then I thought about some of them smiles of those kids that at least got to come out and ride the train and get their face painted or eat some popcorn and pizza, and the partnerships that look forward to it. The Alachua County Sheriff's Office has stepped up. They'll be out with us. Impact Gainesville has stepped up to buy some burgers. So we're going a different way. So I'm trying to get everything before we kind of disseminate a big announcement. At least have some sort of direction. And so I wanted to come here first before I did that. Before I went door to door, which I normally do, or what we normally do, and let everybody know that we're going to be here again this year.
Okay, if you get that application to us, and if Mr. Smith has the little flyer things, I don't know if y'all have those this year.
I can send it digitally right now. I can send it over
That
to
would be our first step to just disseminate those and start getting to our ministerial alliance and churches.
Yes, sir.
Because it's 10 days away, so.
Yeah, we're
It's 1.5 Sundays.
yeah,
so to speak.
we're rolling. So.
If you have those, that would be helpful, and then as soon as he gets that application in, we could certainly review that and
Thank you.
make
So,
a consideration.
Do you have a letter?
yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Do you have
Also
a
have that as
donation
well.
letter?
We normally bring it when we come to the meeting, and I would either he or I would present it. He had an emergency, so I'm kind of.
Okay, well, I can text him, because I have his number, and if he can send a donation letter over, I will definitely send it out.
Okay.
I made
You could
myself
pass
a
it to our
note.
city
to send it
staff,
out.
so they could
I
then send
can.
it to all of us.
I can.
as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I don't know about the money, but I will make a motion that we provide the field and all of the amenities that you need for the event. Because you guys have been doing it, and it every year has been great, and we have multiple families, and it is a great community give for us. So I will make that motion.
Thank you so much.
I'll second.
Would you amend your motion to be contingent on receiving the
To
application?
be contingent on your application being turned in.
I would get
I hate to be that way, but we just
gotta-
can't set a
no, I'm
precedent.
I
You
was
get it?
thinking that before I started
Okay,
talking, so
thank you.
you're good.
All right.
Get out my head.
Yes. I got a motion and a second on that motion to help Brother Young out a little bit in expediting this. Any comments regarding the way we're going to proceed with this?
Oh, no, I was just about asking what time.
It's gonna be 11 to 2. Normally, we have a line that goes all the way out to the road,
And it goes till 3 o'clock.
and it
We're not
goes to
gonna
3
stop.
o'clock, and sometimes even a little longer. We just try to make sure everybody have a good time. It's free. It's free to the community.
Oh, yeah.
And we want to
And
make
free
sure
to
the
the kids.
kids and the families have something to do in this city. And with all these familiar faces, you all are working super hard. It's a time to kind of let down your hair and enjoy. So we want to make sure it happens.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Okay. We'll look for that application. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any other comments from the dais regarding this event on December 20th and in concert with receiving the application?
Well, I've just, oh,
Well,
oh, I thought you had
I'll let you finish and then I'll bring it to the constituents.
no, it's okay, go ahead, I'll let you finish.
All right, hearing none, do I have any comments from the constituency regarding this motion of supporting this event contingent on receiving the application? Yes, ma'am. Welcome, Ms. Jenkins.
Lizzie Jenkins, I have an announcement or a couple or three announcements.
This is regarding our motion that we just made
yeah,
in
give
the
us-
middle of announcements.
Give us a minute and we'll
We'll
get
finish this
back.
motion.
Sorry,
I thought it was regarding the motion.
she had a question, I think. If,
No, I didn't have a question, I was just gonna comment on the activity,
that they do.
event that they do every year. And it is, I mean, the turnout is very, very good. The kids have an awesome time. I think we get more from Archer though. I mean, a lot more other kids from the surrounding areas than Archer. But they really enjoy it. The families enjoy it, and it's, it truly is a blessing, and it's something that I appreciate you all for coming into our community and taking the time out of your own schedules to do this for the community. So
Thank you.
kudos to you all.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Lopez, regarding the motion?
I just had a couple of questions for, what's your name?
Okay.
If it's all right.
Sure, if you're just speaking to the speaker so that
Sure.
we can hear it. Yes, ma'am.
My question is, have you contacted the businesses here in Archer for support? I'm not just talking about City Hall, I'm talking about Save a Lot, these woodlands down there and the service station folks, just anybody. Have you contacted any other people? Because you've done some great work and you've done some good stuff, for the kids during the holidays. So I'm looking for, what I'm trying to say is that it's a possibility that you could get some sponsors. Like, for example, Save a Lot. Save a Lot, you say you do hamburgers and hot dogs and all that stuff. If you could bring them into the picture, they can furnish you that kind of food. I have gotten boxes of hot dogs from them, hamburgers, bread, bananas, things like that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not that Archer, we don't want to do anything to help or anything like that. We just need more support now because we're financially stripped. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just saying, build up a list of sponsors in this town so that, anywhere you go, and just rely on those sponsors to support this event. Because the city is running out of funds, I think.
Yes, ma'am. Normally we do, we're on foot. Some of our sponsors here are the veterinary clinic who donate, the churches, from people on the staff.
Like Shiloh and all of them.
Yes, Shiloh donated a couple of bites, as well as, there has been times where Save a Lot would shut down the store and let us come in and get what we need.
Oh,
So
okay.
definitely in partnership with us.
Okay.
Wanting to make this happen. In times past, we put a box, and I have been in contact with the manager and regional manager of the Dollar General. We spoke with them last week. They even put a box inside.
I get it.
Yeah, we have some partnerships, and we
Yeah.
just, we looking to.
Well, see, I wouldn't know if I didn't ask, so I don't mean any
Thank you,
harm.
Ms.
I just
Lopez.
need
Thank you.
to find out. The other thing too, I went into, the community center, I guess it was about a year ago, Deanna and I, and we went in the back room. And there was some toys in there, and I think she said Commissioner White had put them there. Are they still there, Commissioner? So
We'll
I
look into
think,
that.
I think you need to go in the community center.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
It was an event there. It was Miss White had a Christmas party or something there. And then when that was over, there was some stuff put in there because we as the Archer Community Center Advisory Board also have a lot of stuff in there.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's one thing I will be requesting is entrance to that room because a lot of that stuff is personal to the members at that particular
Okay,
time.
well, thank you, ma'am.
But I
We'll-
just
we'll
wanted to
certainly
point
look for
out
the
the
toys, so,
toys,
yes,
yeah,
ma'am. Thank you,
that
ma'am.
I saw there.
Okay, anyone else? Here. Ma'am? Yes, ma'am. That's what I say. We'll look and see if there are toys there and we'll get Public Works to gather them up in a box or whatever box is. All right, here now, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Any other announcements? Okay, public comment?
Announcement.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Jenkins, you're up. Thank you.
Good.
Sorry. What you got?
Lots of stuff. Got to find it first. Okay. Last year, we sponsored our first Josiah T. Walls Day on December 30th, and we're going to repeat it. This is December 30th of this month, which is also Farmers Market Day, and it will start at 4 to 6 p.m.
Okay.
Last year, you all were nice enough to send a proclamation that I can't find a copy of, but we don't want another one. We just want the audience to know that you all did participate and support last year, and we certainly appreciate it. But if anybody, yes,
I'm sorry.
yes,
What time is
4.
the?
4 to
okay.
6.
4 to 6.
Apparently on a Tuesday,
4 to
right?
6.
Farmer Market Day?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And bring lots of money to purchase lots of vegetables and whatever they're selling here on Farmers Market Day. Peanut brittle. Also, on the 5th, we're going to do a telethon, which is January 5th. It's going to be a Rosewood telethon fundraiser. And the reason I'm saying this because in 1999, I came to the city of Archer. Joni was on the board at that time. And I appealed to them to, what was it, Joni, for a proclamation and the great, 2000 great, whatever it was.
Great Floridians.
Yes, okay.
Gussie
I-
Brown and
Yes,
Matters. Yes.
and Hip Matters.
Hit up Matters.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
And you all were very kind and considerate. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
So I want you all to know, we're still doing Rosewood.
Okay.
However, we are going to do a documentary. I did my podcast today and I had the movie producer on there. Okay, production engineer on my show. We want to include our kids, especially our little city commissioners that were here tonight.
Correct.
They would be awesome. A part of Archer's documentary. It's going to be Rosewood, but it's history.
Yes, ma'am.
It's an ugly history that we make it very positive, and we want to leave a legacy here, changing the hate into hopefully unity and love. Okay, and I think that's about all I had planned to say.
Okay.
Hush out there.
Would you send the telethon information to the city so we can maybe post it on the website?
I will
or-
send it, and thanks for saying that, because I do have someone working on a flyer.
Yes, ma'am.
So everything that I have talked about, I will make sure I send it to the
Just share it in
city.
the website if you get it. Yes, ma'am.
Exactly, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else under announcements? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Green.
And Green Citizen, also president of the Archer Historical Society, and we sponsor the farmers market. And tomorrow is the farmers market, is the holiday festival theme. And I want to say thank you, Commissioner Fiore, for coming to the market last week or week before. And I'm sure she learned some history about Archer that she didn't know before. And you know what? As time goes on, I just see bears in the road, and I'm thinking that Archer's going to be history if things don't change.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Announcement?
Maybe a question? Not really sure how this works.
Well, this is announcement for you to just share something with.
Okay, well, that's what I would like to do, I guess.
Yes.
I wanted to know, I was looking into opening the racquetball court back up. And I communicated with a couple people, and they gave me some lame excuses why it's not open. So I was trying to find out what I can do to remove the excuses and make it happen.
Okay. We can certainly do that as an investigative report and find out what cost it would be to,
Okay, well,
Remedy it and-
can I say this?
Yes, ma'am.
The guy said that the reasons were liability because the children wanted to have sex in there. Sorry. And the other excuse was that it's weedy inside. And the other excuse was that there's no proper door. And I told him that I would volunteer to clean it up and properly build a door to put on there.
Okay.
And from what I gathered from someone else that I know that knows some stuff, y'all have liability insurance to cover that other excuse about, so if I got the door fixed and weeded it out and that's it.
okay, but before you leave tonight, would you provide your name and phone number and email address to me? And then I could share that with staff so that when they start giving any information, whether we report it at the next meeting or reach out to you for your volunteerism, we'll have that contact. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Do you mind telling us your name?
Nicole?
Nicole. Okay. So Nicole, it might be a little more than weeds, but
But that's okay. I ain't scared. And I come with references so that I can handle my
I
business.
meant like tree.
No, that's
but,
good too.
Okay.
That's okay too. No problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your interest in the recreation.
Appreciate
it. Any other announcements? Hearing none, we'll go to first comment period. Anyone? Yes, sir, Mr. Lewandowski.
Good evening again. So I'm glad that Mr. Walker's here. Hi, Mr. Walker. Hi. So I sent everybody an email. I was trying to get some information on your promise back in September and taking a look at my questions in regards to the the site plan for the concrete batch plant. I'm kind of hoping we would get some kind of answer on that before it becomes an archaeological site. I'm being a little bit facetious here because, I waited months to get an answer on whether or not it had even been approved. Then when it found out it was approved, after it had been approved, I had questions in regards to how the site plan was approved. And we've been going on and on. So this has been going on really for a really long time. I'm kind of hoping that you'd be able to, in your attorney's report, provide some feedback to me.
Mr. Mayor, I can do that right
Yes, sir,
now if
please.
you would like me to.
If you
I
would.
know it's a little out of
clarify.
order, and I think it's also in items in progress section. My staff put together the list of application documents, engineering reports, all that sort of thing. And as we know, this started out as a conditional use permit for an exterior concrete batch plant on the Gene Arnold property. And we have a whole list of, which I'm going to make this electronically available to the city, and then also certainly Mr. Landowski.
Oh, thank you. Okay, appreciate
as
it.
well. And thank you for your email, so I can just use that and send that
Yeah.
to you on that. As we know, it changed from a conditional use permit to a use by right by virtue of moving the concrete batch plant into a
Building.
enclosed
Yeah, right,
facility.
yeah.
And so our review is that Gamera Engineering suggested that we just simply sign off on their engineering report. And North Central Florida Planning Council in their letter of, let me find it, hang on. So Scott Coon's letter of April 25, 2025 states that please find enclosed checklist, site plan checklist concerning the above referenced site plan. Please be advised, items remaining on the checklist for review include stormwater management plan, fire suppression plan, hazardous materials plan, emission discharge plan, and noise plan. Once the city engineer and fire chief have determined that the plans meet the requirements of the land development code, the application can be scheduled for review. So if you have any questions, contact Sandra Joseph on my staff. That was basically the gist of the letter. And I think your question is where in the notes are the engineering review and fire chief review. So my suggestion is to have fire chief and engineer sign off on the site plan and the use by right. And I think then it's complete.
Yeah, well, yeah, so that, and that was part of my question. The other part of the question is, after that's done, according to that letter, it should go back, it should have gone back to the Regional Planning Commission for them to do a final read on it. So, I mean, that's kind of what I got out of that letter, and that was been my question all along. That paper trail is missing from the public record.
I don't disagree with you. I
Okay.
think we should do those two steps, which I think are probably, to be honest with you, Mr. Mayor, pro forma, because it's similar to the exterior plan, but now we're moving it inside, but it needs to adhere to the requirements. So I think we need to get that done, and then it's complete.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sure. And I'll get this to you, Mr. Mayor, and you,
Thank you.
Mr. Lewandowski.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Costello.
One other thing that is related to that on the list, and I've had a communication from Mr. Gene Arnold, he is really ready, willing, and able to proceed with the surplus property purchase as soon as we get this finalized. And so it's on go.
Okay.
Both of those two items.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am. Ms. Costello?
Lori Costello, citizen, got a few questions. Is Deanna just out sick, or is she gonna be sick for a great amount of time? And if so, are we gonna be advertising her position? And if we are, when are we gonna advertise it?
I cannot update you this hour, this evening, from 7:48 a.m. this morning to know that.
Okay.
We're not going to comment on an employee's sickness. That's not something that we should or
Until we're
can
apprised
comment
of the
on.
report that the employee provides.
Pardon me?
From 7:48 a.m. this morning until 7:26 this evening, I do not have anything other than she is out on a medical condition. When that is apprised and given to us, then we can provide that information. I can't answer questions that you're asking when I don't have the answers for them in less than a 12-hour period from the
That's
notification.
fine, I'm just asking, okay?
Okay, that's my answer to that question, Lori.
Okay, okay. Okay, I didn't see anything in the packet. I know that Commissioner Fiore asked about the overtime, you know, how much overtime we are to date for this year. And, you know, the reason why we're paying overtime, because, the guys are working every week, and I think citizens are noticing that. So we should make an effort to make that request be open to the public. And I was wondering, what are we doing with the trucks and the broken down equipment, are we just gonna let them outside and rot? Or is Public Works getting them ready for surplus property? Who do we email? Normally, we email Deanna for public records request. Who do we email in her absence?
You still continue to do that through her email.
Okay, still
this
continue her
time.
email. Okay, great. And who's taking the minutes?
The meeting's being recorded, and then she will still provide us remotely with the minute taking at
Okay.
this time.
And I wanted.
That was
to-
the committal this morning at 7:48 a.m.
And is staff still going to be getting out public records requests?
Those would be through the method that you've been using for the same thing,
Okay.
through that email
Okay.
address. Yes, ma'am.
You have said, put it in writing, blah, 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 and I keep doing that every month, and I'm still not getting my public records requests. It's
I have
now
not
been
seen an
6
email from
months.
you
Okay.
in the
We
last
went
30
through this
days.
last month. I don't know why you're not getting my emails. The
I
other
saw responses that Ms. Altop had provided you last month.
Pardon me?
I saw responses that Ms. Altop provided you,
Responses
month.
to.
questions that you had asked previously. If you have additional questions, please send them
No,
to
I'm
her.
talking
and
about public records information that I have requested. I'm not getting, some of them has been as old as 6 months. You told me to go ahead and email like you do every time, and I do every month.
And you
I'm
send them
still-
out to the commission.
Yes,
So you CC the commission those.
yes, I do.
Would you send those again, please?
Again, okay, you tell me the same thing every
I'm
month.
not receiving them, Ms. Costello, and there's no reason for me to say that I have when I haven't.
Okay, so it's been a long time, you're not receiving them. It seems like it would be not productive to email again if you're not getting any of my other emails. So what can I do at this point?
Send them to Deanna Altop at the City of Arch
And I've been doing that.
and CC the commission those, please.
I've been doing that. Okay, how do I get the email to you? How do I get the email to you?
Send it to me so I can then cross-check against what Ms. Altop has already answered. I have done this in the past with you.
Mayor Hope, I have been sending you everything and you're not getting it. Okay, there has to be another
We're a
way.
minute over in something that's a dialogue between you and I. If you will CC that to me, I will review it. And I will tell you if I don't receive it within 48 hours. How about that?
Okay.
Is that it?
The last time I emailed it to you and I says, please respond, let me know you got it. And I sent that 3 times, nothing. So what I'm saying is you are not getting my emails. I just need to know how to get it to you. You're not getting them.
Give her your email. Maybe she.
fhope@cityofarcher.com.
I don't know what to tell you, okay? Can you look on Deanna's computer, everything, or
I do.
can you look
Especially
on
when she's out of
Deanna's
town.
computer underneath her email? Because you're not getting them.
No, I'm not getting anything the last 60 to 90 days from you, no ma'am, other than the responses
Okay.
that Ms. Altop.
Okay, so
Gave you.
can you, what I'm asking you, can you check Deanna's email for
We will
some?
proceed with that if you put any of your questions not answered to her.
I'm talking about public information.
Records
Public
requests.
information requests.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, before he comes up, you come on up. Can we kind of do what we agreed to last month? Just let let them finish. Let everybody come, jot down our notes, let them finish, and then we can respond.
Make our commitment.
Because the dialogue and it's just gonna go on and on and on, and you don't get anywhere. So that's just another suggestion again.
6 minutes.
Correct. Comment? Please proceed.
Okay, Gene Arnold. I'd like to say that the Christmas lights on the poles around town, I don't know how many there are, Love to find out, maybe 9, 12, I don't know, there's a bunch. They're pretty awesome. They, little Christmas cheer, you know, got a big candy cane out there, got a bell, got all kinds of colorful things. So, good to see.
Correct. Always thought.
Drove by the mayor's house. Mayor's got kind of a cool little Christmas cheer out there. Made me smile, appreciate that. November 25th, I know that Reverend Prisco's not here. And, but I want, or Brenda, usually they're here for most meetings, something must be going on, but they did a fantastic job with their dinner and karaoke, which was attended by Commissioner Penny and Vice Mayor Bailey, and it was just a good time. There was, what any really politics talked about that I know of, it was just people enjoying some spaghetti and a lot of desserts. A lot of desserts. I mean, it was fantastic. So, and a lot of the people, a lot of folks in the community were there. Last meeting, Archer Road. It goes into town. Everybody knows Archer Road. It goes next to Shands. Shands is a world-renowned hospital. It goes right up against the University of Florida. It's a top 5 public university in the country. And what is next to that, or what ends up at the end of Archer Road, is our great city, Archer. And last month, Commissioner Fiore threw out something along the lines of, our great city deserves more, when she was looking at paperwork. More of that. More of our great city. In whatever context. I thought it was awesome. It's well said. And it was heartfelt. And it was, you know, let's make it better. Let's do better. So I appreciated that. And last thing, and I think this should be more of a, I hope every year, if you're doing a good job for the city of Archer, you can get a bonus because you deserve it. And because you're financially solvent enough to give out bonuses. But I've said it last year, I'm going to say it again this year. You shouldn't give bonuses just because it's, you got to everyone because it's part of the charter or the bylaws or whatever it is. We should change that. And it shouldn't be a mandatory. And I'm assuming that we've already given bonuses out this year. And I know we don't have many employees, but I hope we get more employees. And I hope that that is an incentive to give more than a $250 bonus in the future. Because I do think that these guys and gals or whoever work very hard and all care for Archer. But it should be, a bonus is not a requirement type of thing. So there's my,
May, not must, as requested in the policy. Yes, sir.
but I love the Christmas lights.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Lopez.
Roberto Lopez. When we come here in front of you, we're not gonna always have pleasant remarks. Not when things continue to happen. On Saturday, last Saturday, the lady that passed away, her son is my cousin. He's a Haynes, and that's my family name on my mother's side. So I didn't go to the funeral, but I offered my help in other ways. So my husband and I drummed up some food, pitched in a little money, whatever we did. And then I decided to go to Maddox Park and wait for them to come to eat. Well, when I got there, knowing me and the things I observed, they were setting up the tables and the chairs that had been donated. And I decided, have you guys looked in the bathrooms? They said no. Now maybe they didn't pay for it. I understand that they did not pay for that park, okay? But that's beside the point. When I opened those bathroom doors, all I saw was tons of little red ant bed inside the bathrooms, both of them. Trash on the floor. The sinks were dirty. The toilets were dirty. I ran across the street to the lady that lived over there next to where Elizabeth lived in that blue house. I said, give me some stuff. She said, what's wrong with you? I said, I need some stuff before these people get back from the funeral and come over here and see this bathroom. I'm too old to clean bathrooms other than my own, okay? And then my husband goes around in the little room where they keep all the chairs and the tables. And I sent you a picture, Mayor, of the trash that he swept out of there. That trash did not accumulate in one day, 2 events, 3 events. It's been there forever, and we're putting our chairs and tables in there. We have a public works department, and I know that they are stripped right now because they don't have a lot of people and all that good stuff. But I think some of this stuff could have been taken care of before. And I'm just asking you, please, do not let this happen. I don't know, the people that was there, they don't know Archer. So had I not cleaned the bathrooms, that would have been pretty bad. And everybody who came from the funeral, they went straight to that bathroom. But that lady and I had it cleaned.
Okay.
So I just want to pass that on.
We're noting it.
One other thing I want to pass on, because this is important. I was told that it's kind of hard for the public works people to work with community service workers. And that's true, in a way. There are people, I've been getting these people, anytime I call them, I get them. Now is the time to get them. Those are the kind of things that they can do.
Yes, ma'am.
And,
Wrap it up, Ms.
and
Lopez,
one other
please.
thing I want to say before
Your
I
time is
leave
up.
here. I have to say this. I have to finish my sentence. They work on the weekends, but they also have people working during the week.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's no excuse about we can't do overtime,
Yes, ma'am.
because they can get them during the week. I wanted to point that out,
Thank you, ma'am.
because I'm not going to clean another toilet.
Thank you for your volunteerism. Thank you for reporting that. Yes, ma'am, Ms. White.
Mine's neither positive nor negative. Mayor, you need to check your IT person. I made Deanna aware of this 3 or 4 months ago. I got nothing from Ms. Costello, nothing. It had my name down coming to me, but I didn't get it. I can't send anything to Ms. Fiore, Commissioner Fiore. So it's not, it's
Okay.
with the IT.
Okay, thank you for that update. Anyone else under comments?
Mayor, are we allowed to ask any questions in reference to what was made public comment?
If you would like, yes, ma'am.
Does anyone up here know if all the bathrooms are supposed to be open on a daily basis due to call-out time?
They're supposed to be open. It's a public park, so they are supposed to be open during the park hours.
They don't have flexible scheduling on Saturdays and Sundays to open and close the
But
public.
during the week, normal business hours, they should be unlocked for public use.
I thought that was every day. Yeah.
Yes, 7 days a week.
7 days a
And
week.
that's why there's on-call on, currently with the public works staff doing that.
Interesting.
Provide that.
Okay.
Until we make the decision to purchase the locks. That was the last dialogue this dais had. And investing in that and finding out whether wild spaces, public places could be utilized for that locking system as our sister municipality, Newberry, has. But right now, it's costing on-call and scheduling to provide that open and closed bathroom situation. Did you have any other questions, any comments?
I'll bring that back up during the
Okay, okay.
works discussion.
Okay, moving on to, I guess, the calendar would be next. I'll go ahead and just announce that. It doesn't really matter who does that. Planning calendar. City Hall will be closed on Thursday, December 25th, 2025, in observance of Christmas holiday. City Hall will be closed on Thursday, January 1st, 2026, in observance of New Year's holiday. And the next City Commission meeting will be on Monday, January 12th, 2026, here in the chambers. Old business, agenda 1. Thank you, sir. Resolution number 2025-33, amending the prior established water rates to increase the rates tabled from the November 10th meeting. Mr. Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, this is Resolution 2025-33, a resolution of the City of Archer, Florida pertaining to water service within the City of Archer, amending the prior established rates to increase the rates, providing for conflicts and severability, repealing all resolution of general conflict, providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass Resolution 2025-33 upon its reading by title only.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I second.
A motion from Vice Mayor Bailey and a second from Commissioner Green, and this is for the effective billing period, January of 2026. Any other questions or comments from the dais regarding this resolution? Any comments from the constituents in the audience regarding the motion?
Bill
Yes,
Lewandowski, citizen.
Yes,
As I recall, there was some question about whether or not the new rates were put in the budget and when that would take effect. So I remember there was some discussion on that, on when that's gonna happen. So I recommend either you amend the motion or make another motion after this so that the budget is reworked based upon these new numbers and when the revenue is supposed to come in, expected to come in. Because it's gonna, and the same thing happens with the property taxes in the next one.
Duly noted, and we'll certainly have
Thank you.
Dallas Lee look at that from the budgetary standpoint. And
That was something that we discussed when we were looking at the budget
Okay.
for both of them.
but I'll make a commitment to reach out to Dallas Lee and make sure he
That's
knows
fine,
this
but
resolution.
it was in there.
And I know we re-notified all of the email, and that was the purpose in making the
correct,
effective date
correct.
January, and that's what's before us this evening, to be fair to all those that have email billing. Anyone else regarding the motion that's on the floor? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, nays like sign,
Nay.
nay. Motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Fiore in dissent.
Mr. Mayor, the next item is resolution number 2025-34, a resolution of the City of Archer, Florida pertaining to solid waste services within the City of Archer, amending the prior established residential rates to increase the rates, providing for conflicts and severability, repealing all resolutions in conflict, providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass resolution number 2025-34 upon its reading by title only.
Entertain a motion to accept this resolution, number 2025-34.
So moved.
Have a motion from Vice Mayor Bailey. Do I
Sorry,
have a
so
second?
moved.
Second.
A second from Commissioner Green. Any other questions or comments from the dais regarding this resolution?
No.
Likewise, it's
We've talked
the
about it
same
several-
as notifying the email recipients of this, and then effective date in January billing cycle as well. Any comments from the constituents in the audience regarding review of this motion? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of resolution number 2025-34, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, nays like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Next on our agenda is, I think, more of information and discussion and any comments from the party regarding the Bethlehem Presbyterian Church letter and their continued interest of the surplus property, and the letter is attached.
As you're aware, Mr. Mayor, we do have a letter from the Bethlehem Presbyterian Church asking for the availability to purchase the property. And we have asked our engineering group Woodard and Curran as to whether or not there needs to be a 50-by-50 carve-out on the property. We should know in the next 2 weeks whether or not that is something that they are planning on or not. If not, then we'll sell the entirety of the property to the Bethlehem Church as surplus property. If we need to carve it out, where do we need to carve it? I would assume in close proximity to the roadway, but we'll carve out the 50-by-50 section and sell the remaining balance of the property. I will get a appraisal done of the property by our appraisal, Michael Bobbitt, and get that done so we know the fair market value of the property, and we'll get it sold. So that's the game plan. My anticipation is that, and I will ask Mr. Bobbitt if he will take the appraisal fees out of the proceeds of the sale, so we don't have to front that cost.
Any questions from the dais regarding that update?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
What does it mean, 50-50 section carve-out?
A 50-foot by 50-foot section of
For the
property.
lift station, if
For
it's
the lift station.
required.
I'm sorry, I didn't mention that.
Kinley Horn was
lift station.
supposed to provide that information, yes or no, how large would that be? And now Woodard and Curran is going to,
Okay, so this is a site, I'm new at this. This is a site that the lift station was a
On the corner.
proposed place to put the lift
yes,
station.
after
Okay.
the fact, after being interested in the property. And so
Okay.
it was delayed until Kimberly Horn provided us that information. That's
Okay.
been ongoing for 6 to 8 months as a work
Okay.
order.
Thanks.
I could
information.
never find the answer to the question in anything I saw. So we just asked our engineer, look, do we need this lift station here under your design? Do we not? And they'll get it back to us
In
at
fairness
the
to
most
the
in 2
surplus
weeks.
value of the property for the interested party. So
I have one more. So say we don't need that section, are you going to put in the contract that they have the ability to purchase that section? Or,
Yes,
okay.
correct.
any other questions regarding this update on this letter of intent and interest and the latest update on it from the dais? We have representation from the Bethlehem Presbyterian Church, our clerk of session, and our minister of record. Do you all have anything to share, or just, you heard the update? I mean, if there's,
Yeah, if appropriate.
sure, come on up, Josh, thank you.
So, yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I think most of you know me, and citizens. Anyway, this has been, kind of a thing that's gone on for a long time. I think it was maybe 10 years ago that we first started the conversation about possibly acquiring this property that I think once upon a time it belonged to the McNeil family, who were longtime members of the church. And I won't go through the whole history of that piece of property. But anyway, I think it would be a good thing for the church, a good thing for the city and for the community if we could finally bring this in for a landing. And it's not like a new idea that just came out of nowhere. I see it as more like, a couple that got engaged years ago and somehow they've never made it to the altar. I think it would be great if we could finally, make it to the finish line on this. So thank you so much for keeping us in mind and, just moving forward with this. And I look forward to a resolution that brings a blessing to all of us.
Okay, thank you
Thank you.
for you and the trustees and the ruling elders getting together and updating the letter of interest, because that was the question that was being asked. Well, are they still interested? Because there are other certified letters of record that should be in the city hall that show the interest. I know there was at least one other letter, so thank you for updating this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Tufani?
Yes, Charles Stefano, citizen. Just one question. If the engineers look at the 50-50 carve-out and it's determined that it's not necessary, because I'm assuming at some point in time they said it was necessary for this pump station.
And the design, that's where
In
that
the
came from.
design.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to assume anything,
Yep.
but I'll assume that if we don't need it there in the church, they're going to check and make sure
It's not needed down the block.
somewhere else
Yeah.
where we can't put it.
Absolutely.
So, that's just my thought.
Thank you.
Gene Arnold.
Yes, sir.
Couple things just to be transparent. You are a member of this church, correct?
Yes,
Mayor?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, a couple of y'all have been on the commission for a while, and from what I read, at some point, the city of Archer was going to give away land. Probably why we've become bankrupt, by giving away the few things that we have in this town. So that alone is crazy to me that y'all had that, and I say y'all, most of y'all were not part of that commission. I don't believe a church pays property taxes. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney? So when you sell to a church, you don't have any more revenue in perpetuity. I've come up here and I've said to you guys all along that you need to find ways to raise money or to save money, but somehow you've got to get out of this bankruptcy, because right now you're treading water with a loan to Ameris of more than $800,000 that you just pay the interest on it every month of $5,000. Does that sound right, Commissioner Fiore?
Yes, a little over 4.
With that said, the feed store, do y'all, any of y'all, it's for sale. Do any of y'all have any idea what they're asking for that as a point of reference? More than $1 million. I'm not saying they're going to get it. I'm not saying it's worth that, but folks know that there's going to be growth in Archer. Okay? Right on the corner here, there's a Publix that's looking at possibly coming in there. Again, they're just developers and what's looking and possibilities, and it may not come to fruition, but it may. But with that said, if you go and you want to buy land, and some of the land that's for sale, it is expensive. And to not put this property, if the church wants to buy it, fine, put it up for auction. Put it on Gov Deals or however you go to sell it, advertise it, and if they're the only people that bid for it, then fantastic. Start the bid at whatever the fair market is, plus the closing costs and all that stuff. But I think that by just giving it, not giving it, but selling it without letting free market take place on this property, which to me would have value to the folks that are next door to it, that own property across the street. I mean, there's other folks that I think would see value in this rather than just, we're going to get it appraised and we're going to sell it to the church because we were going to give it to them 10 years ago, I think is a mistake financially. And I think that should be considered. And I think if you're not doing that, then you're continuing to make bad financial decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say something about that?
Yes, sir.
That the property that the church is set on, they don't have to pay taxes. But separate property, we do.
Okay, but if it's all concurrent, then that's kind of...
Well, I just know what in my situation, if it, I don't know how it would be considered, but I know with my situation, we have like a separate parcel, and we do
Yes, sir, Mr.
pay taxes on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I've asked a number of times about this particular transaction and some other ones, and I've been assured multiple times by the city attorney that the T's have been crossed and the I's have been dotted. So if that's still the case, then that's still the case. Second thing is, I believe, and I'm not a lawyer, don't pretend to be one, but the reason we don't, my understanding is the reason that the churches don't pay taxes on the property are a constitutional issue, which is one of the reasons why our land use laws, generally speaking, don't apply to churches. I mean, some of the stuff does, but, you know, for example, if a church had purchased where the concrete batch plant is, even though it's rated industrial, you have to put a church there. They have to allow it, pretty much. Am I correct, sir?
If it's used for a secular purpose, and the same goes for municipal government, if we have property that is used for a business or secular purpose, not a public purpose, then it is taxed.
Right, that's right. So if it's religious purpose, and if the church says they're going to use it in some way, shape, or form for religious purpose, then I think that this commission making a decision, and I'm all for making revenue, okay? But if the if we're not doing property taxes by constitutional issue, I think it is inappropriate for the commission to make a decision on whether or not to sell based upon the point that they're not going to get property taxes for it. I mean, it's a constitutional issue. That's my logic behind it. So if the church is not supposed to pay property taxes when it's using for religious issues, then it is outside your purview to look at whether or not you're going to be generating more revenue from that property. At least that's my opinion. I'll defer to the attorney on that. So my recommendation is don't consider that. I think that's inappropriate. The question is, have you already had an agreement on this? For 10 years, I've watched this happen, and the answer is yes. And the attorney has said multiple times, this is a legal transaction. If that's the case, then please move forward. Let's get this thing done.
Thank you for that
Thank you.
feedback. Yes, ma'am, Ms. White, regarding the motion, or the information provided. It's not even a motion, it's just an update on information.
I wasn't on the commission, but I remember this distinctly, and it was more than 10 years ago.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
was more like 15.
Yes, ma'am.
The piece of property was traded for another piece of property by another citizen, and it was a shady deal to start with. It's a piece of property that floods badly. We were gonna get rid, or the city was gonna, I wasn't on the commission, I'm not taking blame, I didn't do
I
it.
understand.
They were gonna get rid of the piece of property. The church was interested in it. We had given the little medical building by the senior center to
Donated
the church. We donated.
for a public purpose, and that's why it was donated at no appraisal price. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
This piece of property couldn't be used for very much. I hope you know that. So the city determined that they would donate it to the church at that time. Then somebody in their infinite wisdom said it needed to be bought. And now we're saying it needs to be taxed. Listen, this has been promised to them for 15 years. Stand behind your promise.
Yes, ma'am, and it was because there was not a committal from the Board of Trustees that it would be, its future use would be for a public purpose. And so based on that, you cannot give a parcel as surplus property for use if it's not for public purpose. And that's why the one church got the building, because it's still an educational building for certification for CNAs through the church, that church. So that's public purpose. And our church would not, could not, or the trustees would not commit to that for the future use of that property. And that's why the certification for appraisal and value was set for it, for further consideration. Yes, sir.
Bob Kosicki, citizen,
That's the difference in the two.
who lives right near that. It
Yes, sir.
would be, I think it'd be a welcome thing for the church to get it. Because, again, as brought up there, there's that area down front, in between that swallow area, does flood. And some of it comes actually from the clinic area.
Yes, sir.
Now, I don't know if the clinic actually pays taxes either. That's UF.
I think so.
UF property. And right now, I don't think we're getting any money from taxes from that piece of property.
Yes, sir.
Because it's city-owned. So you would get something, obviously, when that's purchased, and whatever they do with it, it'll probably be good for the land, since it can't be used for much else, and somebody won't try and do something silly with it, or think they're doing something silly
Yes.
with it.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Lopez?
I remember a little bit about that property, and I was very disappointed when they did the swap, because we got a forest. That's what it is, and it is wetlands in there. So I'm in perfect agreement with this, and I understand what Commissioner Green was saying. You know, they have a church, but they also own other property, maybe adjoining that, so you don't pay tax. As long as they don't put another batch plant over here, I'm all for it.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Again, this was information, and Ms. Walker, if you could just apprise us, we'll put this as an agenda item to bring us up to speed at the next meeting in January. If that's okay by consensus by the dais, that's the action we'll take on this one, just to providing an update. Next on our business, New business number 1, resolution number 2025-35, license agreement for use of facilities as a polling place between the Alachua County Supervisor of Elections and the City of Archer. Mr. Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, approving the license agreement for the use of the facilities as a polling place between the Alachua County Supervisor of Elections and the City of Archer, making certain findings of fact in support thereof, authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement, recognizing the authority of the mayor to execute this resolution, repealing all prior resolutions in conflict, providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is passed. Resolution number 2025-35 upon its reading by title only.
Do I have a motion for consideration?
So moved.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor. Do I have a second? Second from Commissioner Green. Discussion from the dais. Mr. Attorney, I do have just, and again, this is just referencing, I have a question. Referencing page 1 of 6 of the license agreement, it lists the actual dates of primary election August 18th, 2026, and general election November 3rd. It does not include our special election for the 2 seats that come up in February for an April special election in 2026. Should we notify our supervisor of elections and include that special election?
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
I mean, if I stand corrected, I stand corrected, but I think the 2 seats
It was only.
qualifying will be in February through the 15th, and then campaigning until the election that normally would be, don't have a date certain in April, but so that would be a special election request for using using it as a polling place. And that would be in April of 26 for seats 1 and 2, I think, for the City of Archer Commission. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 1, 2, 3, it would be 4 and 5. I'm sorry, 4 and 5. I stand corrected. I have it written and I spoke incorrectly. I think that was the only question I had, just to avoid having to request an amending this contract or whatever. We need to notify in the front end if we can. And if that means we have to have this brought back to us or whatever.
I think you can just,
Contingent
you can add that
on
to it,
adding
yes.
the special election
Yes.
for April in that license agreement. That's all I had is consideration. If the amendment and the motion in the second could amend it to that effect.
Yes, definitely amend to that
Yes, ma'am.
effect.
All right, and amend your second to that to include Commissioner Green, the special election date that we have set for April.
Yes,
We just need to amend the motion.
also I just didn't second.
To contingent on
Right,
adding
I
this.
second.
Okay. Thank you for doing that.
Sorry.
That's all I have. Anyone else have any questions about this
Nope.
resolution? Any comments regarding the motion on this resolution from the audience or constituents? Yes, sir, Mr. Arnold?
On the first page here, it has a resolution. It says the city manager is authorized and directed to execute this license agreement. Where does that city manager come back in there, Mr. Attorney? As far as when you look at this, there's no, I don't know if there should be something signature-wise. I'll circle back to that. On the second page, it has Deanna Altop, city clerk.
There should be interim city manager at this point.
Well, you want to be consistent with, so maybe that's where
The managers.
it should be that the city manager is authorizing and directing at that point. So it might be just a nomenclature thing or something.
Yeah. This is just copy from the last time when she was the city clerk, so thank you for bringing that up.
The next item is the payment is $0 per election. Is that standard? Is that customary that there's never any charge? It doesn't cost the county for, it certainly costs the city something. I don't know how much the city, I think when we were talking about
$2,000.
when Commissioner White had stepped down, that it was going to be $2,000 to do that election. So each time does this cost, is that, again, this is probably a dumb question, but when the city of Gainesville or whoever, maybe they can absorb it and they put it in their budget, but these elections, is that even in our budget? That we have election for however many times we see that, and that's $2,000 each time? Again, it's just a thought on money. It's always talking about the money.
Okay.
All right,
I'll note
thank you.
that to Dallas and make sure there's a line item for that. Thank you, sir.
Mayor, there is a line item for elections.
I think it's, yeah, because I brought that up during our budget workshops, that we need to ensure that we have the proper funds for that each time. And that's where the $2,000 a pop came from, so.
But it's just customary that it's always zero, that we don't, the county doesn't.
That
reimburse
doesn't
us.
absorb the cost, no, sir. It's passed on to the municipality.
Even though we ask the county for a loan, they want that interest.
Yes, sir.
They want their money.
Thank you, Alachua County. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
this is not a special election for us coming up in April. This is a regular election.
Right.
What I mean by that is we don't want to wait with our term
I understand. I
seating
just want to make sure
until
that it's,
the other,
there is a
either the
difference.
primary in August, because this happened one year with our seats, I think, and we
I'm
had
just,
to.
that's what I said. I'm just making sure that there is a difference between a special election and regular. And
There is,
and-
and
And I'm
sorry,
sorry,
because he did say
I'm
that,
sorry, I was
but
trying
yeah,
to just.
not a special.
Under nomenclature, we weren't gonna add this city election in either the primary or the midterm. And that's happened in error when our seated election is in April. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have no objections to the motion on the table. I just want to point out that once we pass the new charter, if that ever happens, this problem goes away in terms of this,
Yes, sir.
the out-of-season election. We'll start doing things with everybody else.
Thank you, sir. And there will be, just, Mr. Arnold, just for information, what Mr. Lewandowski just brought up, if we determine that we want to have that charter review with its amendments made either in the primary election, or we have a deadline to either target that, have it reviewed by Ms. Martin and stuff, every amendment is a fee that's added into that. So I don't know how many amendments we have in charter review. Mr. Lewandowski, you might remember at the top of your head how many, but there's a fee for that one as well. So it's beyond the 2,000 for that election, because it'll be every amendment. What's that, sir?
Democracy ain't cheap.
No, government isn't either, so whichever one you want to look at it as. All right. All right, any other comments regarding the motion on the table with the plan? Hearing none. All those in favor of resolution number 2025-35 with, as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Motion carries 5-0.
So, again, thank you, Joni, because he did say special, and I heard him say special.
I'm sorry.
But I knew he just meant that we had another election, so thanks for bringing it up, because people
clarifying.
might have, yeah,
Misconstrued what I
Yeah.
was saying. I just meant a city election that
Yeah.
is targeted at a different date. Thank you for that. Keep me straight, guys. All right. Yeah. All right, and I'll need clarification, Mr. Attorney, regarding this next one. New business item number 2, resolution number 2025-36, the renewal and extension of contract between the city and Deanna Altop for the interim city manager position, because it needs to be updated from November, at least month to month or whatever at this point, until we find a city manager.
You want me to read the?
Yes, sir, please. If you,
A
and
resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, approving a certain renewal and extension of the contract between the city and Deanna Altop for the interim city manager position, making certain findings of fact in support of the city, approving the said renewal and extension, recognizing the authority of the mayor to execute and bind the city to said contract, directing the mayor to execute and bind the city to the said contract, repealing all resolutions in conflict, providing an effective date. The appropriate motion would be to pass Resolution 2025-36 as read by title only.
so move.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Iris Bailey. Do I have a second?
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Green. Any other comments from the dais regarding?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
So, we had put on the agenda well, I don't know if it's on the agenda, but Mayor, you made a point to say we were gonna discuss the manager's position, and what has
Applications,
taken,
yes.
well, no, but we need to discuss what's happening with the FMLA. I don't want to go into why she's on FMLA, that's none of my business, but I want to know the procedures and how that took place before I'm willing to adopt another contract with her. So FMLA, you're not required to allow that employee to continue in that position if it's deemed that that position is important enough where we need to hire somebody to replace that position. So I don't want to get into a contract issue if we feel that if this position is going to be vacated in a long period of time, that maybe we need to not do the contract and just hire another person to come in for that position, if that makes sense. I don't want to get bound to a contract without having that other discussion first, in my opinion. I could be completely wrong, but that's how I know FMLA. If you feel that that position is so important, you're not required to allow that employee to continue on with that position. When that person comes back, you can do your best to put that employee back into, a different position, but you're not required to put that employee back into the position that they're holding currently if it's deemed that position is important.
Absolutely not. And again, clarify for me, Mr. Attorney, but I think we can solidify this because of the statement that was made in communicating that she would continue to work remotely and provide information remotely as the interim city manager. And this is the basis that I'm thinking about this, because I thought this was my first thought in respect to what you're saying, Commissioner Fiore, is that we need to table this. But if she's still providing the information and providing remotely direction, we at the same time in concert can be looking at applications, because this contract is based on replacing or ending at the time that we have a new placed city manager. Part-time, full-time, whatever is the decision, based on what we're hiring for. So we've got interested parties being vetted by our attorney in the process we've normally done. We have the interim on FMLA, but still providing remote assistance in that position. There's not an emergent immediacy at this point unless she can no longer function based on the level of FMLA, which I'm not trying to be defensive saying I don't know at this point from 7:48 this morning, but we can do both to ensure that the contract's still in place for her to be acting in that capacity until she provides us some documentation that she can no longer do that job. That's the normal procedure in an FMLA. Based on the.
So is her position currently a position where she's allowed to work from home? I have so many questions on this whole process. I'm not comfortable adopting a contract to renew this without going through. I want to hear how this all went about. So who approved the leave? Did it only go through the attorney? Did it go through the mayor? I don't even know that part. When you say she told you that she's going to be working from home and providing you information, that's all you know. There has to be something else that we know. The employee needs to let us know if she's planning on working or not, and I'm not hearing that besides
I understand what you're
helping. And I'm not trying to say not do it. I need to know the proper steps, and I'm not hearing what I.
And I think the attorney received this from her too, but just if you did not receive it, that's the brief.
No, I reached out to the attorney this morning asking for the paperwork.
So you can, please, if you would read that and disclose that, so that that's the information I'm
No,
basing.
I received this information.
You did, because when I
It's-
received it, it didn't say blind copied all commissioners, so.
This is this state and
You
a
received that?
leave, yeah.
Okay, so
But,
whether there was further conversations with our attorney, contracted attorney, I can't speak to that. Mr. Walker, you may, or whatever, if there's something to disclose. But
I have not had any communication with Ms. Altop myself.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else
Okay.
in our office
I'm
has
not trying
had
to put you on the
communication.
spot, I'm just saying
Yeah.
that's what was provided to us. If the commission got it, other commissioners got it, that's great. I'm glad you got the same thing.
okay, so when I work for an employer, I inform the employer with my medical documents from my doctor. Granted, we don't have a HR department, but that's how the procedure would go down. So, was all that sent to your department, to your organization instead?
We have not received, to my knowledge, any medical records at this stage. So, no, I've not. we may receive some verification of the need for the
And length of time, and
FMLA.
that's what I'm looking for next. And then if I have to reach out and, go knock on her door, I will just ask for that information.
So what I'm hearing is that the employee put herself on medical leave without any documentation circulated to her boss, which I would assume go to the
Bosses or
mayor.
whatever yeah.
And yeah, we're gonna sit here and adopt an extension of a contract. I don't find that that's appropriate order. It may be once we find out everything else, but I'm not comfortable doing this additional extension of this contract without knowing how many hours, what type of length of time does she expect to be out. So here's another thing, like, who's running payroll? I don't know if anyone else in the office knows how to run payroll. How much leave time does she even have remaining so that she can get paid while she's on leave here? We don't know that because she was the one running payroll. Does she even have any leave available? I know she was ill not too long ago, so maybe she doesn't even have any leave. Who's going to be monitoring all that? There's so many questions that we need to get answered and some facts and steps before we may end up still extending it. I'm not saying we won't, but I'm not comfortable doing that without knowing all that.
And so, with that said, I mean, like I said, there's two concurrent things happening at the same time. Do you not extend the contract, so therefore she's not in that accountability at this point, remotely or otherwise, until we make that decision who is doing that? So we have to rely on that position and that person doing that with her commitment of what you have there that everybody got, that she's working remotely. And I am under the assumption, until I hear from her,
Correct.
that is payroll and those things that are of urgent action that have to be done on a routine basis.
Well, then I would recommend you get in that list and circulate that to the rest of us before you approve an extension of a contract.
Any other comments?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't know whether all of us know or not, that Deanna does have a condition. She did go to the doctor. She did not put herself on FLMA, the doctor did. I do understand the fact that it needed to come to us, but she did notify us. I think the paperwork is coming. We did say that this was coming before us tonight. There have been other circumstances that happened in between this. So I, for one, agree to going through and looking over this and going forward with what we have decided to do. She did not say she can't work. She said she will be working remotely. And that's not something that is foreign to any of us that have been here. So, yeah, I agree. She could work remotely as she has done before when she had to be out. And yes, of course, we will need to see those papers, but I think she knows that by now.
Okay. Any other comments from the dais regarding the motion consideration? Comments from the constituents in the audience?
Y'all knew this one was coming.
Yes, ma'am.
You're right, we know all about working from home and what it cost us. We're paying right now because we let somebody out for 3 months working from home. You've also got, if she can do everything at home that she can do in this office.
Didn't say that.
I'm saying it. If she can do all that, she's got too much in her home computer. Too much information. And that's what gets us in trouble. Now, I'm sorry, but this is wrong. If she can't do it, then why in the world would you extend her contract? Extend it for her or just allow her to be the clerk like she is and hire somebody immediately. But this is ridiculous.
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone else?
And she did not say she cannot do the job, and we're not extending it forever. So this is, like I said, let's look through it and see where we're going from here, because that's what we had agreed to do.
Y'all have made something a matter of public record. Can you read it so the public can hear it?
Yeah, please, Karen, go ahead and just
Sure.
read what we received. And the time.
It was an
what time.
email dated today at 7:25 a.m. It was individual to the commission, and then the Scott Walker, Tom Robinson from Folds Walker, Derek from Folds Walker was CC'd, and it says, "Good morning, I will be out on medical leave starting today. I will do what I can remotely until you can find a city manager. Best, Deanna."
Okay, whoever was next, Lori, please. Yes, ma'am.
Lori Citizen.
Regarding the motion on the.
That's key words, what she can, okay? That's really, really important. Okay, we're lacking all kinds of stuff that's not getting done. And the city manager needs to be in the office. Maybe another position, still managed under the city manager. That might work if the city manager allows it. Manager needs to be in the office. That letter sounds like she'll do what she can and left it in your hands. I think we need to get a hold of Florida League of Cities or quickly look through the applicants, which I would do, look through the applicants and get somebody on board. At least get somebody on board temporary until y'all have time to look through everything and settle, interview, whatever.
Okay.
But that manager's position needs to be filled.
Yes, ma'am.
We are backlogged on so many things, like my public records,
Yes, ma'am.
like everybody's public records,
Yes, ma'am.
codes. I mean, we can't afford to just have somebody there part-time in two positions.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Tufano.
Yes, Charles Stefano, citizen. I agree with Commissioner Fiore. We should absolutely positively not extend her contract. If you want to do something in the interim that says, I don't know, monthly or weekly or something, or just have her work at will, but do not extend that contract, because then you're in the hole for 6 months and you don't even know yet exactly what's going to happen. So please do not extend it.
Mr. Walker, in the basis of that contract, would you read the paragraph that specifically says, I think it clarifies, until the time of placing the part-time city manager position? I don't know if it says part-time, but I know it says until the city manager position is filled. So that's the interim period that she's providing the services, with exception, I hear the message loud and clear. But
So it's the second paragraph of the, and I'll read it in its entirety so we all can understand what it says in its entirety. Pursuant to paragraph 2 of the supplement addendum and extension of the employment contract, the parties agree that the terms of the supplement addendum to an extension of the employer contract shall be renewed and extended for an additional 6 months. Accordingly, the employee's period of employment with the city of Archer is considered to have been extended from November 12th, 2025 through and until its expiration on May 12th, 2026, or, and this is the operative language, or upon the hiring of a permanent city manager,
Thank you.
whichever occurs first.
that's the key part of that. That puts us in a perspective to be able to utilize the services during this extenuating circumstance and then still proceed. That's what I was trying to say, Commissioner Fiore.
Right.
Both of these cogs can be moving together as we review the applicants, the interested parties, and make
Correct.
the position. So that's all I was saying about that, based on the way this contract reads. So.
I still disagree with approving it, because we don't even know if the paperwork's been submitted. We don't have a timeline. We don't know what type of work is going to be continued on from her. it may not be enough to be in that city manager's job. It may be perfectly fine, but we don't have anything in front of us outlining what those services are gonna continue at.
I hear the message. Yes, sir. Mr. Arnold.
Gene Arnold again. First thing, I don't know what Deanna's condition is, but I sure hope she gets better. And I hope that it must be serious, it sounds like. I know that she's always been nothing but pleasant with me whenever I've come in contact with her about anything. I think that she's universally liked. She's generally a very nice, good person. With that said, to echo some of the things that have been mentioned, Cindy, y'all gave her a long leash on this medical thing, and it went and spiraled out of control. It was not good. If we take away the what's wrong with Deanna, I don't know the process and how you would have graded her. I know that with the theft and some of the things, not having the profit loss, not having bank reconciliation, again, she's a sweetheart, but you keep rewarding mediocrity at best by continuing to, and I know last meeting we talked about getting 3 or 4 applicants. I don't know where you are in that process, but I would echo hire someone sooner rather than later on a city manager. Take a chance. Give that person a shot to come in, hopefully full of energy. We can look right up the road. Billy Napier, nice guy. Everybody loved Billy Napier, but he didn't win enough games. So they paid him $20 million to leave and don't come back. As far as this form goes, and again, I'm just going to say it because the attorney, it's got, once again, Deanna as city clerk on here. I don't think that's what you want. And I think under the recitals on here where it's got upon the hiring of a permanent city manager, I think you might want to clarify whether it's part-time, full-time. That might be important as far as how to relieve someone. But it sounds like y'all aren't going to or you're going to have a vote, and I don't know if our great city does not need a part-time person doing what already isn't a very difficult task. And working from home, I think, makes it harder. Not impossible, but it makes it harder. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
You timed that perfectly.
Ann Green, citizen.
Yes, ma'am.
We're really at a crossroads, and I don't know where we started writing that Deanna was a clerk, because she was office manager is what the citizens were told all the years that Tony Hammond was here. And in the chain of command just shows if the top's not getting it done, the next in line should be getting it done. It wasn't getting it done, and then we reward them with the top job. Now, somewhere in our charter or wherever, we're supposed to have a city manager with some city manager experience, and I would really like to see that. And this is the big thing that happened to us just this year. When we come in for a planning and zoning commission, we're not supposed to have talked to anybody. So we're supposed to have staff that's going to give us every point of that application. They're going to tell us everything about it. Mark my word, we had to pull it out. And if we had the staff report like we have had with city managers down through the years, we would not have gone through what we went through. And it was right there that it happened. Please, when Iris Bailey was going to League of Cities meetings, I probably wouldn't have had a $40 meal or rented a car, but y'all got rid of commissioners that had a $10 meal and drove their own car because they went to meetings outside the city and learned what was going on in the state, and not just tunnel vision with coming here and paying the bills every month. Please look beyond. Archer needs to be more than we are today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Bob Kosicki,
Yes, sir.
citizen. Okay, so I looked up all this stuff about what this really is. And it says that up to 12 weeks unpaid job protected leave for specific family and medical reasons, and requires employers to maintain the health benefits. So they have to be maintained. That's one thing. You must be restored to the same or equivalent job after the leave. So she's legally bound that she can come back to that job. That's what it says. Health insurance must continue under the same terms as if you hadn't taken the leave. And it's covered, public agencies, local, state, federal, they're covered. So legally, that they can do this, and they have it written out exactly what they can and can't do, or, what you guys have to give them.
What our obligation is for their entitlement to be on
Correct.
FMLA.
Correct.
From a
So
legal
those are
standpoint.
that. As far as, I don't know her problem either, even though Linda, actually, my wife Linda, is the mother to the daughter. She hasn't even given us information
Total
that
information,
we have no idea. I know there's a lot of HIPAA laws that talk about health and everything else that you also have to be careful of.
And that's why my urgency earlier saying that's the information I have and I disclose what I have. So you have to protect that individual as well as provide the benefit. Yes, ma'am, Ms.
Roberta Lopez, how do you do? Since you're here and you are the city's attorney.
How do you do?
Oh.
Can you help us with this?
Just need to speak up, Roberta, please, a little bit. Use that
I
mic.
thought I had a real loud voice.
No, ma'am, you don't anymore.
You do.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Attorney Scott, we need your help. I'm hearing questions here tonight that I feel that you can offer some input as to which direction we should go here. And the people here need to hear that from you. Because my thing is this: we know nothing. Nobody knows anything about what to do next in that office. It's like we're in limbo. You know what I mean? I really feel sorry that she's not here and all of that good stuff, but my goodness, what are we gonna do? What should we do next? I remember having to fire someone, and within a week I had a manager. This is different because it's medical. So we need some research or something from you to tell us what we need to do, and we need to know that fast. Because in the situation that we're in right now, we do not need to be absent, we've got to have a manager. We've got to have someone in there. We still have employees in there that need managing. You have Tans in there who's doing the water bills, etc. These people need the public works. All of these people still have to be managed. Are we supposed to sit here and wait another 12 weeks? Or what can we do to bypass all of this? And I'm asking you, what can you do to help us?
Well, Mr. Mayor, you have an employee who is now on FMLA leave. And whether the employee is in the position of a temporary or interim city manager or just on temporary leave, the fact of the matter is that our employee is now on FMLA. The real question for you, and all of the comments on this commission have been very appropriate. What FMLA leave is, what is the description of the job while the employee is on leave? What can she fulfill it? Can she not fulfill it? All of those sort of things. And I think if you really boil it down, the question is, do you want to have this employee serve as the interim city manager while she is remote or not? It's really that simple at this stage. And if you think that she can serve in that function on a remote basis and can serve until such time as we have a permanent city manager, then your vote would be yes. If you don't think that she can serve in that position on a remote basis, then your vote would be no. I think it boils down to that simple of a analysis for each one of you commissioners. Now, to Ms. Lopez's question, how quickly can we get this done? I talked with Derek, she's running the background search on each one of the candidates. We'll try to get that back and assimilated, and it will also entail looking at the references, but also doing a little more research into their prior positions. Was there controversy, not controversy? What did the other commissioners say about this particular employee, if that employee was in public service? Some of your applications are for folks that weren't necessarily in public
And then
service.
provide us the grading scale for us to then
And give you that back as
score
quickly as we
those
can.
candidates, then have the personal interviews as we've done in the past, as well as public interviews.
Correct. And so that process is not immediate or short, but we can try to speed it up as quickly as we can. You can have a special meeting
Right.
to move this ahead more quickly. And the obvious fact in front of us all is we need a more permanent city manager in here, especially with the development of an employee now going on FMLA. So we.
And as, in respect of what Commissioner Fiore is speaking to, what is the remote capacity in which she can work, i.e. payroll, those critical functions that have to be transacted. on a
And
regular basis.
being here to give directions to the people that are still employed.
Right.
I mean, I just see this as a disaster if there's no one in there controlling it. I really do. We've got to have somebody in this office, people. We have to. And we need to put somebody in there quickly.
Yes, ma'am.
So that they can catch up on everything, find out what needs to be done, what should be done, and where do we go from here.
And
We have a lot on the table. At this point, the way we are moving now, don't be shocked if DeSantis walk in here. Because we're in a mess. I don't think you realize what a mess we're in. We are in a mess. And I'm just asking you, I don't want to do anything to harm Deanna. I just want you to do what's best for Archer right at this point. Take your feelings out of this, please, and just do what's right for Archer. We've been suffering, I think, long enough. And we don't need to go through all of this anymore. We just need to take care of it. I wish it was some way I could go out and heal and bring her back tomorrow, but I can't do that, and you can't either. So we just need to move forward, and we don't have time. I'm telling you,
Thank you,
we don't.
So,
Ms. Fiore. I'm sorry.
No, you have a question, Vice Mayor?
not a question, a statement, but I guess.
Ms. Fiore was speaking
was
first,
about
Ms.
it.
Lopez.
Oh,
If
she
I could
just said
facilitate.
so, and she was looking at me.
I wasn't looking at you. I actually was not looking at
I
you.
thought
Okay,
you
you
were
wasn't
finished. Were you finished?
Anyway.
Were you finished, Ms. Lopez?
Yeah, she's.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
finished.
Ms. Fiore, Commissioner Fiore, I'm sorry.
Okay, so we don't even know if FMLA paperwork has been submitted. We're assuming it's been submitted. So at this point in time, today was a sick day, not a FMLA day at this point, because we don't have any paperwork in front of
To
us.
validate that in a minute.
And again, I can't stress, before you adopt this contract, to have a conversation with her on a list of what duties are going to be fulfilled
Yes, ma'am.
prior.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Oh.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, my bad. I was about to say, so, it's not that I'm saying, keep Deanna forever, because, of course, she agreed the last meeting that she is also ready for us to get a city manager. But she also said, so I did contact her after I saw the email, and she is willing to do the job until we have time to go through those applications that we have and go through the process. The last city manager we had, citizens was asking us to hurry and go through. We need to choose somebody. So now is that what we want to do? Do we need to hurry and go through? Or do we need to take our time and make sure who we're choosing is who we want? The other thing is whoever it is not going to be full-time because we've only budgeted for a part-time city manager. So that is what I was about to say. All right, and it has nothing to do with feelings. It does have to do what is in the best interest of Archer, because
economy and what we have to
exactly,
spend.
yeah.
Mayor, I forgot to mention one more thing. So there was one more, oops. Well, I'm sorry. Are you upset that I have one more thing to say?
Why?
Oh, 'cause you
I'm
went-
looking at
I took this huge breath, so I thought maybe
Yeah,
I
I'm
was.
sucking it all in.
Okay, so, real quick, there was an additional application submitted today, and I noticed that the city manager posting job, it closed on December 1st. So is that resume and application going to be considered in the mix?
I think, Mr. Attorney, you can speak to that. Based on the circumstances.
If your collective wisdom is to accept the out-of-date application, then you have the ability to do that.
And we can speak to
And
that.
I have had that experience before.
And we
where
have
that is
done that before at this dais. Soraya Folston was the last one.
I wasn't on here then.
I know, I'm just sharing with y'all. I mean, the old guard's just speaking, whatever. We've done this before where a candidate came forward after it was closed, and then we reviewed that one as well. So, it's happened before. So, but based on our consensus and what we direct our providing legal, the information to vet, properly vet and do background checks.
We'll vet all applicants regardless of when they come in.
Based on
And then
our-
you can make the determination of, all right, we're going to cut off or we're going to accept the
And
addition.
start the interviewing process and review of these applicant packages. Yes, sir, Mr. Lewandowski, thank you for that.
It's no worries, it's important discussion, really important.
Yes, sir.
First off, just to speak really quick to this prior conversation. So the official posting online says that the position remains open until filled. So the official posting does not have a closing date until it's filled, just for your consideration. Reviewing the resolution and the contract extension, from what I'm reading, the contract ended November 12th. So after November 12th, I mean, that's what it says here. So after November 12th, Deanna ceased to be the interim city manager. After the contract was expired and there was no written extension. Now, there may be some legal thing that says, well, nobody said anything about it. I don't know, defer to the attorney. But based upon the paperwork, she ceased to be the interim city manager on November 12th. You have two issues. One is that Deanna has obviously some sort of a medical issue, and I feel very sorry for her. I really like Deanna. But the other problem you have is she's also dual slotted. She's also the city clerk. So you have not one charter issue, you've got two charter issues that you need to consider. And you're understaffed as it is. My recommendation would be to, one, if you really think you need to extend this, I would only go for 1 month. I would recommend not extending it, but if you feel you need to, just go for 30 days. But you better backdate it because as of right now, she's exposed. And you are too, if she signed anything official. The second thing would be that you could consider hiring another interim city manager. Now, as I recall the original resolution, you guaranteed her job as city clerk. So even if you don't rehire her as an interim city manager, she's still an employee of the city because you've guaranteed that position to her.
Should go back to deputy clerk. It's not city clerk.
Thank
it's
you,
the
deputy clerk, thank you.
Is
Deputy
the job
clerk, right.
description
That's right.
on file.
Yes.
sir.
So she's covered for FMLA as far as I can see, without getting into the weeds on this thing. So I think she's covered. But what I would recommend is I strongly consider, if it's going to take a couple of months to resolve this, see if you can find somebody who is willing to be the interim city manager until you can sort through this, and then he or she can be considered for the regular city manager after that. That's a charter position. So just something to think about. Thank you.
And again, in respect to that input, Mr. Lewandowski, that's why I had our attorney read that contractual statement in there that has the position is filled. You read it already, Mr. Walker? And
Yes.
it's there. So that is our not meaning to say catch-all, but that is the clarification, that this position, she will act remotely with the delineated details of what she can provide remotely, as Commissioner Fiore said she needs to see that, and I concur. What can and can you not do based on your FLMA certification, which we've not received yet, until such that we go through concurrently this action of reviewing and vetting these candidates that we have, including the one that is outside the December 1st cutoff date, and set up those interview processes and the gridding scoring sheet that we've utilized in the past. We can do both at the same time, is what I'm trying to say, and still have this city operate, as Ms. Lopez's concern was, we're in an urgent situation. We've got to operate and manage at the same time in fulfilling this need to fill this position. And I'm sorry, I've got to say it. How many times in 2025 did I say we needed these positions posted? Sorry, I won't say it again. But I'm sitting up here 3 times it took before we had action. So I don't have a lot of sympathy. I have a lot of empathy, as everyone's expressing about the person, the dedication, the hours worked. But we've got to do both at the same time at this point. And I'm sorry, that's just my direction to this dais in consideration. You've got to legally ensure that this person still has that authority to act in that capacity. I can't do the payroll. I guess you could hire someone temporary that's outside our budgetary constraints as we pay FMLOA to protect the person in their current job while we have another temp person that doesn't know how to do the job. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? But we're there. Or you work within the capacity and find out quickly what this person can do remotely, what is the condition, respecting all HIPAA rules, and then continue with this vetting these candidates, including the late arrival. Not dead on arrival, all due respect, but late on arrival of the interested party that I'm very excited to know we have 4 at this point. We had 3, now we have 4.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, one of the items that you could add to the contract, if you if this situation is simply not working by the discretion of this commission, you could say, employee's period of employment with the city of Archer is considered to have been extended from November 12, 2025 through and until its expiration on May 12, 2026, or upon the hiring of a permanent city manager, or at will, whichever occurs first. So if you say
I concur with that. I think that because that gives us, it protects the employee, at the same time provides us that due diligence to do what we have to do, to operate and manage as public servants for the city. I understand, Commissioner Fiore, that I mean, because the first thing when I saw that in the packet was I said, well, this has got to be tabled. That's our problem in Archer. We table so much, we don't move forward expeditiously. And I'm not looking at you, Mr. Attorney, like the attorneys don't do what they're supposed to do, but we need to do both at the same time. And it's not an impossibility to do that with this. As long as I, as your mayor, if you're targeting me because you have more information I do not have Deanna Altop's personal phone conversation or personal email. So, and I'm not going to ask you for it or whatever. If she wants to provide that to me, or I go up and knock on the door and say, I need that so we can have conversation to know what she can and can't do, that's my commitment to do that and submit it through whoever's on Deanna Altop's email to send to you all, for you all to know what she says she can do. To either satisfy or ensure that we're doing the base duties that can be done remotely. I hear loud and clear, Ms. Lopez, what you're saying is like, who's going to direct the public works? Who's going to direct this staff in the office and all that?
Yes.
There have been days and times when it was the staff just operating and managing through storms and things like that. It can be done. I don't want it to be done very long at all. I didn't 3 times this year when I said, can we place interested individuals to get in here to assist in an administrative role? We're to that point now, and I think we can do both. That's,
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Vice Mayor.
Scott, do you mind rephrasing what we need to add to this?
And then contingent on that.
Correct. Yes, because, yeah.
Employee's period of employment with the city of Archer is considered to have been extended from November 12, 2025 through and until its expiration on May 12th, 2026, or upon the hiring of a permanent city manager or at will, whatever occurs first.
Okay, so I will amend my motion to
To that effect.
Yes.
Will you amend your second to that effect?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
My second.
Okay.
All right. Any further?
Because
Yes, ma'am.
that kind of gives us a liberty.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am,
to
Commissioner
find
Fiore.
out what we need to.
So are you putting a timeline, and who is reaching out to Deanna on the, what she's gonna be able to do?
I committed that I would do that if I have to go knock on the door. I have less information than our vice mayor does. If you could provide that to staff, you know, or we by consensus agree that you could provide that information, then I will reach out telephonically based on her FMLA condition that I don't know what it is. Otherwise, I'm gonna go knock on the door when I see.
Okay, so we get a list, and
And then-
it doesn't include payroll. I'm not saying this happened, it doesn't include payroll, it doesn't include this core functions that we need. We adopt this today. You're saying that because we added the word "at will," then that negates the contract because we determined that the list she provided us isn't what we thought we were gonna get?
Yes.
I think you would take another commission meeting to say, this is not working, we need to terminate the contract. And you could do that at a special meeting.
At a special meeting.
Okay.
And it provides that legality in her position and what she's doing, because if we just sit up here and say we don't have one, then we change bank accounts immediately, and all these actions that are going to cause slowing down of actions that we keep asking, can we speed up the process? And this is what I hear from Mark.
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am. Can you come to the podium, please? Will you direct it to us, please?
I don't understand why every one of you, being a commissioner, do not have the phone number to Deanna in case of an emergency or something. I don't understand that.
What you mean? I
Well-
have Deanna's phone.
Okay,
As your mayor, I do not.
he
Because
said he did not.
I have it.
You have it? So everybody had it but you
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have it.
and you.
And Commissioner Fiore.
Because I think, well, I'm gonna put it this way. I think every commissioner should have
The emergency.
your manager's phone number
Yes, ma'am.
because of emergencies, etc. You have it, you
I
have it.
have almost everybody who works for the
Good,
city
good.
phone
You,
number.
you're in good shape. You
I
have it.
all their phone numbers. I talk
Exactly.
to them, I call them.
Any other questions?
I ask them
Exactly.
questions.
But when it first came up, it seemed like the only person, the way he was phrasing it, was
Right.
I'm sorry for that
the vice
misdirection.
mayor.
I'm just saying she stated earlier that she had been in contact.
Right, I called her because I saw the
That's the only
email.
reason why I brought it up, because
Yeah.
it appeared to me
Yeah.
from his statements that you were the only one that had it.
I
No.
have.
But
I have all of them too.
we need to know the names of every, you guys, like every employee that you hire also, I just want to point this out. They should be brought into this chamber and introduced to everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
It's so many things that we don't even know. We don't even know half the people who are working.
Ms. Costello?
I have
Yes,
each and
ma'am.
every one of them.
Regarding the motion and its amendment on the floor,
Okay,
please.
we need somebody here and now. We should be applying for interim manager right now and get them in here within a week, couple weeks.
We are. We have 4 applicants that are being vetted.
I know, but by the time you have interviews, you don't even have, you're not even ready to set a date for
Ms.
interview.
Costello, you're
It's gonna
talking to
take
the choir.
months.
It-
Can I finish? It's gonna take months. We have the holidays coming up. If you went ahead and hired an interim very quickly, because it's not fair to Deanna expecting her to do her job when she's out sick, okay? That's just not fair. But if we have an interim right away, that would satisfy, I know, the public and a lot of other people.
Thank you.
It's going to be what the city needs. The manager needs to be in the office managing. So, like Bill said, and I agree, and I'm sure everybody in this room would agree, that we need to be quickly hiring an interim city manager ASAP.
Thank you.
And then you guys can take your time to hire a permanent. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. White.
Mr. Mayor, you said we only had 4 applicants.
To my knowledge, there are now 4.
Does anybody know how many applicants we have for sure?
3 plus 1 at 3:24 this afternoon that submitted it.
Okay,
4.
4. You've been through this process. The rest of them haven't.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure you've been through it a few times. 4 is not a number to play, is not a number to even consider. We should have at least 10 to 12 applicants to consider and take it down to 4 or 5. We've always had more applicants. Do we have, out of those, I know who one of them is. Out of those 3, do we have some good choices? I'm not asking you to tell me yes or no, but are we going to have to?
Ms. White, I'll answer that question. I have not been privileged to the
And
application
that's what I'm
package.
saying.
It's been provided to
And
the
that's all I'm
attorney.
saying, Mayor, is that,
Only 3 minutes, please.
yeah, I am, is that you may have to put it out for bid again. You may have to put it out again. She has 12 weeks for our MLA,
FMLA is 12 weeks.
whatever it is, okay,
Up to 12 weeks.
up to 12 weeks. He's gone. If Mr. Arnold comes in here and he needs a permit, who in that office can do it? If somebody comes in here and says, I need to do whatever, we haven't cross-trained anybody. You and I tried, but we have not cross-trained anybody to do any of this. That's on us. But what I'm saying is this process needs to be more than 3 people. Can it be changed? I'm sorry, Scott. Can the,
You can direct a question to him and then he'll answer to me and you'll hear the answer. It's
Scott, the contract says permanent city manager. Why can you take out permanent and say until a city manager is hired? That way, if we have to get an interim city manager, we can. It's a compromise.
It's delineating the definition of what we're recruiting for.
I think-
Interim would be temporary, part-time would be the applicants that we have.
I think the at-will provision takes care of it, but I don't have any problem with deleting the permanent language.
I'm just saying,
So will we use the word
Thank you.
interim or temporary?
I think you can just say city
City
manager and then.
And if we define that as an immediacy of an interim instead of part-time
So-
with the applicants, we can do both, again, concurrently.
So,
I think that's
Since-
where the audience is going.
since we did not elect to continue with the Florida League of Cities and pay them, I'm not sure how much they'll help. But I was invited to one of their meetings tomorrow, so I will see if there is any assistance we can get through them.
And Ms. Davis gave me with Waldo, who's, our executive director, whatever, for our region or area, 2 names to reach out to the Florida League. So she did not make it sound just because we hadn't paid our dues that they wouldn't still provide information or
Right,
assistance.
I don't know if they will or will not.
She alluded to, and that was a month ago, she was in New York on vacation, but she alluded that these
may.
2 people would be contacts to assist us
Okay.
in our search. So it sounds like we could still utilize them even though we're not officially paying our dues.
I'm gonna definitely ask tomorrow during the
And I'm
meeting.
sorry I don't have those names right now written down, but
You're good.
anyone else regarding the motion that's on the floor?
So we're gonna get with Deanna, I guess, and see what she is able to do at home. Does she have a work computer or work laptop or something, or
I
do we have that available?
That
They
would
have
constitute
laptops
remotely
here. They
working.
do
She
have
has a
laptops
computer
here.
that she can access her city information. I'm under that assumption, but
have
that's why I need
those
to have that
laptops.
conversation.
They have work laptops that they can
Yes.
use at home. Okay. And I think that we could probably ask, I don't know if she knows, about how long does she
Right.
think
Right.
that she needs to be out of the office.
We are due the FMLA certification information that's
Right.
provided by the physician of record, and so we need to require that. I mean, and that was
Yes.
part of my communication as your mayor with her, is when can you provide us that FMLA? So we
Yeah,
know,
give us
is
that
it 12
paperwork.
weeks, 3 weeks, 2 weeks within
Right.
the
Yes.
FMLA allowances.
Right.
That's legitimate, yes.
May I just say just one quick thing,
Oh, I wasn't done, but go ahead.
Thank you. With the remote stuff, having managed remote workers for many, many years, one of my concerns is the city's special requirement for record keeping. So one of the things you need to look at as you're going through this is if she's working remotely in other words, she's able to remotely access her computer, as long as your IT guy says it's secure, that's probably okay for the records. But if she is working from her laptop, things are not being synced, and the records not being, well, if she's answering emails, the emails may be synced, the rest of the documents are not. So you need to sort of attend to that, and as you're going through this process, you have to specifically ask yourself the question, are all the records being kept the way they're supposed to be kept in this remote situation? And if not, what's the process for doing it? Otherwise, we're all gonna get in trouble.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
All right.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Penny.
Okay, my question is, can we meet back in 2 weeks to see, can we get these questions answered? Like, how long Deanna thinks she's gonna be out? What tasks can she
What's
do?
everybody's
What-
schedule on Monday, 2 weeks from today?
Yeah, can we see what she can do remotely?
Today is
And-
the 8th, so that would be like the 22nd.
23rd, yeah, to see, to look at the applicants, and what we can do where we can get this, like, taken care of. My question, that's what my
What, are
question.
you available, any dates coming up, Vice Mayor? Or are you going on holiday? Or-
Yes, I'm going.
I mean, I'm not trying to mind your business, I just didn't know.
No,
if-
I got you. Yeah, this is.
I'm not trying to hurry Mr. Walker on the vetting and the review of these, but, if we're trying to narrow it down to a date that we could have a second meeting.
That's,
Commissioner
yeah,
Fiore,
that's
you
not
wanted
gonna
a
work for
second
me.
meeting,
but-
welcome aboard. This may be our opportunity to have at least a single one, not a regular one.
Yeah,
What
that's
is your
2 weeks from
availability?
now.
Do you have any dates?
I don't have that calendar in front of me.
I think if we can
the
get that
information.
information, we could have a, maybe just a little short special meeting ASAP. So that we know that, it doesn't really have to be 2 weeks, but as soon as she can, provide us with that information
So
ASAP.
Monday, the 15th, is that the 15th, Monday?
That's the 15th.
Yeah, I might be putting my foot in my mouth.
I don't think the information I'm committing to as your mayor to find out about FMLA
I thought
certification.
it had to be, like, sent out, and it takes a certain amount of time if we're gonna have a meeting. And I didn't think we can do it in a week. I thought it had to take.
48 hours for a
Oh,
special call
okay,
meeting, and 2 commissioners to call it.
Okay.
As
So I'm good the 15th or the 22nd, whichever y'all feel is
The
best.
22nd, that's
Decent.
close to Christmas.
December.
Everybody be busy.
No, but to be able to act on the concerns that have been brought to us and the concerns at this dais, we, sooner than later.
Right, but
We
you're
need to
saying,
have that FMLA certification so that we know the basis on what is,
right,
what is defined as remotely and what is the condition in such a way that we're accommodating remote work. That's my other concern with the responsibility of the employer. I've done FMLA, and I've done FMLA remotely in my previous life. So you have to meet these parameters.
Right. Can I throw a curveball, and I know you're all gonna get
Absolutely love curveballs. You know that,
exhausted.
Karen.
So, what if we approve to hire an interim city manager immediately and appoint one and I have somebody in mind, I would like to appoint Bill. And here's the thing, so we're still going down the path with Deanna, she can still provide us that information, but you'll have Bill there waiting for us to vet these other applications, to spend more time looking at maybe getting even more applications, because I know he doesn't want to do it for a long period of time, but you would have a strong leader in the office immediately being able to do the day-to-day operations. I mean, he has the knowledge, the background, definitely the brains, and it can be immediate. And so therefore, we're not stressing, waiting for Deanna's answers. We still need Deanna to provide us what she's going to be able to do. But we're going to almost like, we know we're going down the path to hire a city manager, but we still need that strong leadership. So why not get that strong leadership today, immediately, and spend the quality time looking at all the references and everything on those other applicants. So I would put out there a motion to hire Bill immediately as the part-time interim city manager.
Okay, I'm sorry, we've got two motions now at the same time, concurrently.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying that's what I would
Hold that
say.
motion if you will, not so noted.
I would just like to add to that, I will volunteer to assist Bill at no cost, and I will send you my resume tomorrow. I'm 30-plus years in our corporate purchasing manager, and have a strong
Thank-
background in the county.
Thank you, Mr. Fani.
So
We're back to our motion that's on the floor.
please.
Can we finish that? If we've had all the input from our constituents, I think, about to have a second motion. We have a motion on the floor to consider this with the verbiage change to what the attorney has provided us to extend this contract from November 12th, 15th, whatever it is, until a 6-month window or until the time we place the city manager. And with 2 oars in it. So that's the
So,
contingent, the
okay,
amending the motion. that we
oh,
have
you
on the floor.
already, y'all already did
With
that.
that said, let's go to a vote on that and finish this action. All those in favor of that motion that's been reverbalized, say aye.
Aye.
Nays, like sign.
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Commissioner Fiore opposing. Okay, now Commissioner Fiore, please state that in a motion again, what you just stated. I'm sorry to make you have to do it twice.
Motion to hire immediately an interim city manager as part-time, and that individual is Mr. Langendowski. And continue the current path on hiring a permanent part-time city manager.
And is that contingent on the appropriate vetting and background check that is required of a city municipal leader?
No. I immediately, meaning he's in the door tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, that's the motion on the floor. Do I have a second? It dies for lack of a second. Would you like to reword the motion? Again, I'll be quite transparent with you. My consideration is it doesn't take that long to do a background check.
No, a background check is not hard at all, but
And this is.
what are you gonna say, for another month? We're always kicking it down the.
No, based on appropriate recommendation from the background checks done by legal, or legal attorneys that do that.
Okay, so then I would have to ask legal, how long would that be to do a background check?
Based on the receipt of that application this afternoon at 3, whatever time your staff received it, because I sent it immediately and forwarded it to them.
Background check can be done tomorrow, so that is, we can have it done tomorrow morning, actually. And if you choose to go down that road, I can vet the candidate's background as well, call references and that sort of thing. That can all be done tomorrow.
In one day, and then reply back to staff or to myself so that we have a
I
special
would
meeting.
reply back to you, Mr. Mayor.
And then we would have the special meeting to entertain that entry of that individual if he's background checks. And I don't mean that with disrespect at all, Mr. Lewandowski. I'm just following our regulations and what we do.
So why
As
would we
in a
have to have another
municipal
meeting
position
then?
protect-
It's not an issue. I've had a top secret clearance. I'm not worried about a background check.
No, and I don't mean that personally. I'm just saying, it's ensuring that we're following protocol, as we've always done, or otherwise we set a precedence.
So, Mayor, if we change the motion where we make sure that the background is,
Contingent on the
okay, so
appropriate background.
I don't see why we would have to come back again then to approve it. So tonight, if it gets passed, based on that he passes his background test, and then he starts the process to get into the position, instead of us then
Yeah, and
coming back.
that information I receive can then be reiterated to you all that there's a start date for Mr. Lewandowski.
Okay, so we won't have to come back here to say yes again to that, is my point.
For that, no, but we were trying to, get the other candidates vetted and be able to address that. But now there's not an urgency if we go this road of
So
entering.
I'll change my motion based on the
Just contingent
fact that he passes his background test.
and a start date thereafter.
Start date as soon as possible. Yeah,
Upon that information
Yeah.
and the clearance on the background and vetting.
yeah.
As an interim, not the permanent part-time, interim.
That's right.
That still, in respect to you, Mr. Lewandowski, keeps you in the part-time permanent position vetting group as well. Okay, I have that as a motion. Do I have a second with that?
Come on, guys. Whoops. Come on, you need to do this. I keep volunteering. You keep kicking the... You need to vote, yes. Unbelievable.
Motion dies for lack of a second.
Unbelievable. You guys.
I would say why I did not second, if we're going to get with Deanna, and it has nothing to do with how nice she is, but it does have something to do with, she has done a phenomenal job, and I think for someone to get ill, it's like kicking them in the face. I think we owe her the respect to give her an opportunity to respond to us with her paperwork, with how long she will be out, and with what's on the floor and the way everything is going to be rewritten. We are at will to make changes, but I think just to do this is like kicking somebody down while they're down. So that is my reason. Listen, I know many of you, I appreciate everyone's input. You all want so many changes to want things done fast. As I said a few months ago, there were 3 seats open about 3 months ago. Nobody applied. There was another seat open just a month ago. Only one person went for it. So if you all are not satisfied with it, just vote us out. I got work to do anyhow. It doesn't matter. But as long as I'm here, I am going to be respectful, and I'm going to do what I feel is right. And with that, because when I go home, I want to sleep.
Amen. So,
If I can just,
Go ahead,
curious
go ahead.
to where we're gonna go now. I'm still going to get the contact from Ms. Altop.
I think we
Get
owe her that.
clarification of the FMLA certification that we require, and how long will it take to provide that, so that we can have, or consider the special meeting on Monday. Because the first thing I'll do is send it to the attorney for review and recommendation. Then also in that conversation, have a delineated, what is the definition of remotely and what are those functions she's gonna do. 3, in that remote work, to ensure that it's IT secured, as Mr. Lewandowski stated, so that all the public records are kept and secured in that IT review. And I'll just ask her, can she remotely contact IT, get that done, have them come to her home, or have that, have that
Done.
laptop she's working off of vetted and secured by IT in a capacity to be able to secure all that information. And as soon as that is completed in the next X number of hours between now and Monday the 15th, I will ensure that staff sends that information out to you all. I cannot talk to you all through
Correct.
email, so respect me for that. I'm not trying to slow the train.
You could send it to
I
the
can send it to
attorneys and they could
and the
send it
attorneys
out.
can send it out to us. So I will do it that. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Lopez.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make a statement. When I came up here and I was pushing the attorney and everybody to try to get this done, it wasn't because I didn't have sympathy for Deanna. What I was truly thinking about was the condition and the situation that we're in right now. And I do know that we don't need to waste time. So this is not kicking anybody down in the butt. And I'm so glad that I brought this conversation up, because at least the attorney has helped and you guys have listened, and we may be on a track now. Because when I came up here, nothing was moving. But I'm glad to see that you move right along and you listen to him, and you have the intentions of doing this as quickly as possible. And I'm still going to advise that you do it as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. And to add to that, it's just an opinion. We need to stop taking so much emotion into every action we're taking. I realize it's an emotional situation. I realize the time frame that it's taking, but we need to just act congruently as a group and continue to have your feedback. If the actions aren't taken in the way you want it, this isn't a Gestapo action up here. It's a weak mayor system, and that's the way we have to operate. But we sit and we do listen, we do it, receive your input, and from that we take action. So if it's not good enough, then it's the message that was loud and clear to me from Mr. Tufani tonight: step aside. But I'm embracing this community as much as you all, and I care as much as you all about it. There's a process we have to go through to do that. And we have to protect all parties, but we need to start taking emotion out of this. And just, how many times does emotion get up here and it dies for lack of a second? That's the free democracy that we live in. Get used to it. It's the way it is. In the same way, by consensus, I love by consensus, because that means everybody's on board. And there are things we do by consensus where we get the feedback from you all and we act by consensus. So it's the process we take. And for whatever good it is, as we keep saying we're in trouble, it's another challenge for us. But in the same token, as we talked about governor coming in here and taking this away, I had a meeting with JLAC chair on the 24th, who reminded me there's nothing else you need to do. You did your November 24 letter. You're demonstrating performance and recovery. Why would you want anything else from us? That's the chair of JLAC. That's Senator McClain. And who also is going back to his colleagues to find out creative ways that we can use appropriation monies, what we received last year at $1.25 million, to assist us with the debt service on our line of credit. I mean, there are things that are acting in consistency with things that we said, God, if we could just do that. As well as we had $5.85 million more in the water funds allotted to us by DEP. Nobody spoke about that in the last 2 weeks. And I don't mean that with anger. I just mean there are good things happening at Archer. At the same time, we're being challenged to hell and back. And I apologize for that. But it is what it is.
You need to let the constituents know all of these things, and we wouldn't be inquiring so much.
If I could draft a newsletter and have it posted on a website, I would be doing that, Ms. Lopez.
That's what needs to happen.
I understand.
Then you would eliminate all this garbage.
And as we look forward to getting that part-time manager, that is one thing that would be exciting. Or have the deputy clerk go back into that role of communicating those good things as well as challenges.
And then you'll know and won't have to ask.
Yes, ma'am. As well as taking care of our assets in a better capacity than we have, which you spoke to earlier. So Again, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get on my soapbox, but I'm just saying, you are listened to as our constituency out there. You truly are. But we have to act with the free democracy process up here. So, all right. Yeah, you're not the only one. No, we're not. We added agenda items from Public Works last week. That was brought up by
I forgot.
Ms. Vice Mayor Iris Bailey.
Actually, I don't think I said Public Works, but yes.
It was an issue from last week.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I
Correct.
won't speak out of turn, and that was, Vice Mayor wanted to speak to that.
Correct. So
Item number 3, yes, ma'am.
So I received emails, one from Deanna, one from Calvin, about visits that they had. And I did speak with Scott on that evening. Well, no, the next day, that next evening. So I'm kind of concerned, and I wanted Scott to speak to what we as commissioners should be doing in a short synopsis, please.
Mr. Mayor, your charter is pretty clear on this, and let me read the pertinent provision.
Can we be told what the information was even about before you tell us this?
I was informed that you, Commissioner Fiore, had been in City Hall and you had a research of both Deanna and Ms. Ott, I believe, is what I was told, and that subsequent to that you had gone to the Public Works area.
Not in that order,
Okay.
but yes, I scheduled a meeting with Deanna that she confirmed for December 3rd at 8 a.m. to discuss Aflac bills. That is absolutely true. I asked her if I could ride along with the Public Works Director to show me Archer. She told me no in an email that prior week. The reason being is that they were hanging lights on the 3rd, and therefore they would not have time. So on the 2nd, the lights were hung. I reached out to Deanna by email and said, now that the lights are hung, would your Public Works be able to drive me around on the 3rd? Her answer was no. I showed up at the City Hall, 8 a.m., and met with Deanna. Yes, that part is true. And then I took myself to the Public Works area. So that's how the timeline
That
worked.
transpired. Okay.
So my inquiry then is your charter provisions, and which speaks to this. It's appointment and removals it's section 17 of your charter. Neither commission nor any of its members shall in any manner dictate the appointment or removal of any city administrative officers or employees whom the manager or any of his or her subordinates are empowered to appoint. But the commission may express its views and fully and freely discuss with the manager anything pertaining to appointment and removal of such officers and employees. So that tells me that you go through the manager. If you have an issue regarding an employee, you don't go directly to the employee, you go to the manager. Manager is under your personnel system, is your person that has governance of employees. The next section is section B. Except for the purpose of inquiries and investigations, the commission or its members shall deal with city officials and employees who are subject to the direction and the supervision of the manager solely through the manager. Neither the commission nor its members shall give any orders or any such officer or employee, either publicly or privately. Nothing in the foregoing is construed to prohibit individual members of the commission from closely scrutinizing by questions and personal observation all aspects of city government operations so as to obtain independent information to assist the members in the formulation of sound policies to be considered by the commission. It is the express intent of this charter, however, that recommendations for the improvement of city government operations by individual commission members be made by and through the city manager so that the manager can coordinate efforts of all city departments to achieve the greatest possible savings through the most efficient and sound means available. So that's, I think, pretty clear language in your charter as to what city commissioners can do and cannot do.
So what was done incorrectly?
I don't know the details as you just noted. I just know that there was contact with manager and office personnel.
That is absolutely not true. So we should really get the information correct. I contacted.
Well, let me finish what you asked the question, okay? So I just said, I don't know the details. I don't know the specifics. I think I would need to talk to employees and the manager and the commissioner that is been involved in this. And I haven't done any of that.
Yes, sir.
I just read you the provisions under the charter that speak to this, and I read that to Vice Mayor Bailey in our conversations. So I don't know the details. I don't know and I really have not been asked to investigate all of this information. If you all direct me to do that, I will absolutely do that. But the inquiry was made. It ended there, and I would respond to Commissioner Bailey. I would respond to Commissioner Fiore. I would respond to any of the commissioners or you, Mr. Mayor, that asked the question.
Yeah.
So that's
Where you're
the
at.
gist of it.
Yeah. Commissioner, Vice Mayor Bailey, how were you apprised of this? Was it staff reaching out to you, or was it just Deanna?
Yes,
Or
no, Sorry. No, you're good. Deanna emailed all of us and said to please contact her about what happened today. Then Calvin also emailed all of us and said, well, let me take that back. Let me take that back. I think he sent me a message and say, please call him as soon as possible. He wanted to talk about what happened today.
And so he shared the action of what occurred.
Correct.
And-
So,
and what-
so part
could
that
you
I
just
can
brief
remember,
us?
that they were, I think they were out in Doron, I can't remember, but he came back at Atul. He told me, I don't remember. He came back at Atul, and Commissioner Fiore was there at the Public Works building.
Inside the utility
Inside,
compound?
and I think inside the office, I think he said, recording, taking pictures, different things. And so he wanted to know, what are you doing? And I don't know if he asked her that, but that was part of the thing.
Did you have any
What-
interaction with
No.
the Public Works Director?
No. And I emailed you the timeline as I emailed the entire commission what I found that day. And I'm going to read it because this is how it went down. So the meeting with Deanna did take place. I spoke with her and I spoke with Loretta. And we talked about the AFLAC. We talked about wild spaces. She requested that I provide her with a list of my questions, which I did in an email to her on Sunday. So I did everything that she asked. She was not able to provide the Public Works Director to drive me around. So I took that upon myself. And I noticed that the 3 Public Works Directors was working that road going out to Newberry State Road, whatever that is. Yeah. So they were there. I swung by the Public Works location and the gate is wide open, and I know we only have 3 workers. So I'm like, why is the gate wide open? So I recorded. It was 9:20, about 9:27 in the morning. I started to record myself, and I walked in, and I had access to pump gas. I had access to every single machine there with the keys in the ignitions. none of the doors were locked. I went into the office. I didn't even know it was an office. I went in there. There's a tool room that was wide open. There's garbage everywhere. And yes, I was recording that. Was not hiding it one bit. The door was wide open. There's nothing that says I'm not allowed to be in that area. I had no contact with any of the Public Works employees. On my point, I was leaving. They were coming in. One was driving like a dump trucky looking thing, like a little pickup thing, and that one I think was in a truck, and then I don't remember where the third one was. But there was absolutely no interaction with the Public Works directors. And the only conversations and requests I've ever made was through the city manager. So I know the procedures. I know I am not allowed to reach out to the employees and ask for any information from them.
Yeah.
That is correct, and I'm aware of that, and that did not take place. And there is nothing that tells me I am not allowed to be on the Public Works facility area. So I did not do anything wrong. And then I recapped it in an email to the entire commission as well. And then I'm going to say this because this is what I asked about the call out and if the bathrooms are supposed to be open each day. I went to each of the parks that morning, afternoon, and not one door for any of the bathrooms was unlocked. So my next question was going to be as a follow-up, because I am tracing the money here, did any of those employees get call-out pay for that day? Because if they did, none of them did what they were supposed to do. The bathrooms were not open. And I wanted to have a Public Works conversation, which I didn't realize was going to be the same topic. What I found, the filth, the garbage that was on the ground, all of those boxes of the water in those food boxes, they take up the entire facility almost. They need to go away. We've had this conversation over 2 years ago that those boxes needed to go away. There's just filth everywhere, machines, oil on the ground, just things dumped. The amount of water bottles is strung all around the place. So that's what I was going to bring up today, which is really funny how this all went down, seeing that I did nothing wrong compared to our charter. But that's interesting.
Thank you for disclosing that. Thank you for listening to employees. I think the concern is the fact, the first thing when I was apprised of any of this, well, here we go, the gates aren't locked. None of this would have occurred other than the condition and the evaluation of the condition, but this wouldn't occur if the gates were locked.
Mm-hmm. And he did say he left the gate open because they went around. They thought it was going to be quick, and they came right back. And as a matter of fact, it was not only just Commissioner Fiore, it was her and Ms. Costello.
Okay, so again, get your facts straight. Costello did not enter the facility.
Okay, at the facility. I didn't mean that she went in. That's why I only said about you.
The compound.
Okay, so that's not even the correct statement either, because she was in the firehouse parking lot. So if we're going to be that technical, we should really get it straight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, my facts are straight from what I heard. So now, if the employee's facts are not straight, that's different. I am reporting what I heard. And neither Calvin, the director, or Deanna liked what happened and felt that it was very intrusive.
It was intrusive for me to go to Deanna to talk about Aflac bills that I requested over 6 months ago.
Apparently, it was more than that, and we're not going to go back and forth.
Well, I think this is important that we have this discussion. You brought the attorney in to try.
Yes, I did, because I needed to know what we.
Something incorrect.
Correct. So we're not going to sit here and argue about it. That's why I asked him. That's why I asked him to say.
Okay.
What we can and cannot do. If these employees were feeling that you overstepped, then of course I'm going to go to him and I'm going to talk to him and I'm going to ask him what we can and cannot do.
Okay, so are we in agreement that I did not overstep?
No, we're not in agreement because I don't remember all of the story. And because of your attitude and defensiveness, no, I'm not in agreement. I definitely want to hear it again.
Okay, that's great. And I will continue to push the manager, whoever that manager is.
You can run. Okay. Thank you.
I can run what? Run out the door? What is your little wise comment?
That wasn't for you.
Oh, it
He
wasn't?
said step down, I said he can run.
Okay.
Yes.
And I want the citizens to know that I'm going to continue to push. I have a right to know the money trail. I had requested to ride with the Public Works Director, and he was not able to do that. I don't have the reason why he wasn't able to do that on the 3rd, but I have the right as a commissioner. You're paying taxes here, people. I'm trying to find out what you're paying taxes for. The fact that I was on that property was completely 100% okay. Yeah.
And
I'm sorry, I didn't get your email that you said you sent to all of us about, I guess, what happened or whatever.
So I've been sending emails on a daily basis, so to every
I saw some,
commissioner.
but I think I didn't see one that you just spoke about. Was it
This was on
concerning that particular
Sunday.
thing?
Yes, and I outlined everything. I also outlined all the items that I still have not received from last month. I outlined all the items that I was going to request for this month. And I
Okay,
gave
I
the
have some of
recap of
those
what
that-
happened at Public Works and that I was going to mention it today.
Okay, that's what I don't have there. I
Commissioner
didn't
Fiore
receive
sent
that
that
one, the
12/7.
recap that, what happened. But one thing I do want to say is that, I know that maybe everything in the public works area may not be extremely clean. They could probably do better, but you have to consider we have 3 employees. And we have 3 that loves our city. We have 3 that are dedicated to this city. I don't want to do anything to run them. Then good help is very hard to find. It's not like you have people that just lollygagging around. I mean, these are some people that have been with this city for years, and they're here because they love it and they do a great job. Well, to each his own, to how you think about them. But I know for some of us, when we complete one job, then you got something else. Then you got something else. And it's just constant complaining. But if we sometimes just say thank you, even though we're paying them, if we say thank you sometimes, and we don't want to, I personally, I think they're great guys. I don't want to run them. So, as long as they're doing a great job. Can they get around to everything every day? Absolutely not. There's only 3 of them for this entire town. So, and I know to each his own, but there are opinions, and everybody has an entitlement to their own opinion. Listen, I drove a school bus for years, so I know how to let things just roll off my back. So whatever everybody says is fine with me. I'm a pastor. I know I let it roll off my back. I don't take it personally. But I would like to say that personally, I think they do a great job. Is everything going to be in order? Sure, the gate should have been locked. That's one of the biggies. The gate should have been locked. So that's a biggie. But going around and just picking out little stuff. I mean, the gate locked, that's a biggie. But some of this other little stuff, y'all, come on.
Mayor, I never said one thing about any of the Public Works employees. Just for the record, there was nothing once said. I don't even know the Public Works employees' names, to be honest, all of them.
And the condition of the utility compound.
And I did not enter that facility hoping to find that. It was just in your face, and that was my take on the first time visiting the Public Works facility, all the filth that I saw. And so that is why, as a commissioner, I shared that in an email with the rest of the commissioner and staff, and that I was going to bring up. I never sat here and said that the Public Works people were sitting on their butts playing video games. I never said any of that. So, just for the record.
And my comment is not directed at you, Commissioner Fiore. I've been on the dais for 3, my time will soon be up. I'm talking about what I constantly hear. I'm talking about people that's been doing this for years. I don't care who's in the seat. I don't care who's the city manager. So, I don't even know you like that. So, but I'm just saying what I see and what I hear. constantly. And it's not all about you, I promise. It's what we hear all the time. And I'm okay with that, but y'all sometimes just say thank you. So I heard one city manager ask somebody one time, you know, is there anything about Archer that you do like? Because some of us, I don't think we like anything about Archer, you know. And again, if you know, some of us are so unpleased with how we vote. That's why when these seats are up, you have the opportunity to occupy one of these seats, run for one of the seats, so that you have that voting power. So, you know, I don't have any bad feelings towards anybody, but I will say I don't. I know, you know, you and I can talk and we still gonna see each other on the streets and be fine. But I just think that sometimes when we're just nitpick and we're after our employees, sometimes let's just say thank you to them. Because I do think that they do a great job. But again, leaving the gate open, that's a biggie. So they need to correct.
And if I could put closure to this, because I appreciate disclosing what you found as far as the condition of an asset of Archer's, whether it's the Archer Community Center, whether it's the utility compound. I respect you, Commissioner Fiore, for doing that. Thank you for disclosing that. It needs to be corrected. Worst yet, and before I get to you, Vice Mayor, is that that compound was not locked.
Yeah.
There needs to be a written documentation that this shall not happen again. We had clear direction. We didn't, I remember correcting our city administrator and saying, don't ask. You direct them to close that gate. And you've discovered it, because that wouldn't have happened if that gate was locked. You might have still been taking videos or you know, of what you could find with an open bay, but it wouldn't have been like walking through like what you found. So whether that was overreach, you know, Mr. Attorney, I understand what our charter says. I wouldn't have done that, but I respect you for your urgency to see what's up. Maybe there was a public works worker in there. That's what I'm interpreting from this conversation. Commissioner Vice Mayor Bailey, I appreciate you taking the information from those in our staff that reached out to you, just same way I received 2 calls today, you know, and it was about the same. Do y'all have the right to rummage, quote unquote, through our drawers and offices? I said I would never do that without making the time to let you know that I need to do that. That's all I said. I didn't say you were wrong. It was the intrusiveness of the manner in which it was found. But you know what? I hold them accountable still, because if the gate was locked, you would have never had that opportunity. And all respect, not that you would steal gas, steal a tool or whatever, but that's the bigger message here.
We got the camera.
Is this is, and the video cameras got it all except what was taken. And all due respect to you, and not disrespect in saying this, I said, did she take anything? Now, which, don't take that as disrespect, that's total respect, because the video's running. No,
I
you
knew
did.
the videos were running.
Yeah.
I think I even waved at the camera at one point.
This is the passion with the position. I get it, because I've done this. I mean, I've done the same thing. Not gone into drawers, but gone in to workroom situation, which you know,
I did not go through draws.
Huh?
If someone's saying that I did that, that is a lie.
No.
Okay, just for the record, I did not go
they
look for someone's wallet. And
No, they vetted you and said no. The video, she didn't take anything. I mean, so they concurred with that. But the bigger issue is if the gate was locked, none of these opportunities would have happened, and that's why we made the decision. And staff, no, not on this. This is disclosure. It's information for this dais to know up here. I don't think there needs to be any comment on this because we have another agenda item.
It's not on that, it's
And-
about the.
Okay, we have a second comment period, Ms. Lopez, if you can respect that. Okay, so Vice Mayor Bailey, thank you for always listening to our staff when they reach out. That to me is a form of trust that I always feel it is if they reach out, whether it's good or bad. So, and that, you know, what you're saying, Commissioner Green, is respect for what they do and, you know, are you reachable? Are you approachable? And so that is part of our public servant responsibility as well. So thank you, sorry. Gates should be locked. And if I have to do the corrective action documentation, I will, if we don't have an interim manager that will do it. All right, moving on. Agenda 5 was the city attorney apprising us of the vetting process, which I think we've already answered that question because you gave a commitment of tomorrow. Most of it should be in action, and as soon as you get it done, Mr. Walker, you'll apprise me, and then I can ensure staff gets that information out to you all. Is there any other discussion on, I think that was item 5. Am I clear? That was, I mean, I had a real brief city attorney and update on our positions. Because that process is in the works, right, Mr. Walker, as far as not only vetting, but getting the scoring grid prepared for us to get disseminated to us so we can have that done in the same action. Okay. Manager's report, there is none. Attorney report, anything to apprise us, Mr. Walker, other than the commitment you made tonight?
The ethics presentation in our office is December 18th, 4 o'clock. Ends at 8 o'clock. We will feed you and educate you, and hopefully it will be entertaining. So
And educational as always.
And we look forward to seeing any and all of you there. Just stepping on a city attorney limb for just a second. Yes. I think a lot of the discussion that's just been had here this evening is, well, let me preface it by this. I got from our engineers Thursday morning. Good morning. For your information, Archer, this is 9:57 in the morning on last Thursday. Archer picked up another $5.7 million grant yesterday for the wastewater project. Total to date is $26.8 million, which includes the $14 million capacity payment that will be going for the regional wastewater treatment, advanced wastewater treatment facility. Archer is on a priority list for another $38.5 million from the state.
38.5 million, folks. I'm sorry, you just didn't say it quite loud enough.
When funding is available. Therefore, the total is $65 million with hardly any debt service to the city. I doubt the commission has understood the magnitude of this funding. It's just incredible. Please share. So I think amongst difficulty,
and all the
you are on track. Just think of what that does to our balance sheet overall when you have $65 million flowing in from the state. We will have a sewer system that will be throughout the city. People will have the affordability of that system. It'll be advanced wastewater treatment, and that brings industry, commercial,
economic development, which was part of our vision 7 years ago.
And what that also does is brings additional funding so you can hire a city manager that will be doing the really hard work here and making sure that there is change that is positive and it's going forward. And I think a lot of the things that we just went through in this commentary period, I think there's change afoot. I think it will happen. It will happen in a positive direction. And I don't have any problem with any commissioner reaching out to me and whatever I can do to try to address this.
That's a healthy condition to be in, to be able to reach out to you, or vice versa. Commissioner, your passion to be able to assess any asset. I have done it and been guilty of it with the Archer Community Center. Thank you with my relationship with Ms. Lopez and just volunteerism. We have sometimes almost overreached review of that asset. So it's called a passion in our public servant responsibility. Would you mind just sharing in the Senator McLean request to Mike New, because I thought that was very instrumental, because I know there are ears listening out there about this much magnitude of money coming in. What Senator McLean requested of Mike New and Woodard and Curran to follow those grants, I'm saying it, but actually in a spreadsheet, delineation of what will be released when, the things that we've asked for from our previous engineer record, Woodard and Curran has been basically assigned that by Senator McLean. Is that?
Well, first of all, it was an extremely positive meeting. It was an open door from, as you said, the chair of the JLAC committee. So he's a very important senator, just the fact that he's a senator, but of course, where he sits, it's a big deal. And he comes from a background. He was the city commissioner in Ocala, when they expanded their wastewater treatment plant
He had
facility.
utility function and responsibility, accountabilities in Marion County. I didn't know that until we.
Marion
shared that
County
meeting.
Commissioner, so he really understands all of this on a baseline level. And his view was, it was our engineers, mayor, myself, and Derek Folds from my office. Morgan French was also from the engineering department, engineering office was on the Zoom. And I will say that there's a lot of discussion this evening about finance and how we're managing finances. And Morgan is very adept at this. She is going to be watching the grant funds, accounting for the grant funds, auditing the grant funds, and making sure that we're compliant with the funds that we receive, which I think is just an incredible part of what our engineering firm is doing for us as well.
We did not get from our previous engineer record.
In my view, it's night and day. You know, we had a lot of money that came in grants, and a lot of money that went out in designing wastewater treatment facilities that were basically not capable of being operational, because the expense, you have to have the sweet spot of what the monthly expense is in order to have an operable wastewater treatment plant facility. And I think we're on the cusp of really changing all of that. And what that is all going to lead to is leadership and management that is going to change the dynamic of what's going on here on a permanent basis. And frankly, I couldn't be more excited about being here as your city attorney at this time of change. It's a lot of consternation, a lot of things that we're going to go through in this process, but I just have to say I'm very grateful that I get to be here at a time that is like this. It's a dynamic change.
I feel the regionalization of this plan between two municipalities is what's making us come to the top of the water, if you will, for recognition, because there aren't a lot. He said it, I think, not to quote him, but he said there's so many single players, municipalities just wanting to upgrade singularly, but not looking at regionalization, and we're the ones that have done that in our decision making. So,
and the legislature's just not going to fund that. And he said, in direction to our engineers, what can we do to change the existing grants so that we can pay down some of these debts, namely our Ameris Bank debt for, you know, it's up around 800,000, I believe. I don't know exactly the number, but he's very interested in helping change the dynamic of the existing grants so that we can be in a better financial
to
position.
utilize that record of what we've already paid towards those for
Yes,
recognition,
exactly.
to be able to reduce that.
So it was incredibly positive meeting, and one that I'm really happy that we were able to get on his calendar and move forward.
Thank you for sharing that. I wanted to brief, because that was going to be in my report, but I just wanted everyone to know that Attorney Walker was there with us in that, so.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner reports, all right, and I need a motion to extend the meeting 10 minutes or 15 minutes to have our second comment period included.
We're supposed to be done about 10 or 10:30.
But we're supposed to make the decision to complete it. So we have to extend the meeting.
My question is, are we supposed to not go past 10, or is it 10:30? Oh, my bad, I'm sorry.
No, we can extend the meeting to allow for the public comment by a certain period that we.
You're not understanding my question. I understand
No,
what
there's
you're asking. I am asking, what is the cutoff time if we don't extend it?
If we don't, then when do we include the comment period?
You still didn't answer. Scott, do you? Okay, so is it 10 o'clock?
We have always accommodated with an extension of the meeting.
Okay.
I think it's 10 when we started extending.
That's what, thank you, Joni. All right, so I'll make that motion. Thank you. I was asking if it was 10 or 10:30. So I'll make that motion to extend for 15 minutes.
10 is our closing goal, and that's why we at 10
I already
minutes
got the
prior.
answer, thank you. I got the answer.
Don't try to create new rules. We got too many rules now. So I have a motion to extend the meeting, how many minutes?
I said 15.
15 minutes. Thank you. I have a second.
A second.
Second. Thank you, Commissioner Green. All those in favor of extending the meeting for 15 more minutes to be able to include the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, nays like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Commissioner reports. Commissioner Green.
Yes, I don't report, but I have a question. Did we
Yes.
settle on a date to, after checking with Deanna? Did we settle on a date that we'll meet again? Did we say the 15th? Did we settle on that?
Did we agree to Monday the 15th, which would mean we'd have to post the date of the meeting? Is everybody okay with that? I'm sorry,
That's
I'm
fine
jumping.
with me.
I won't be.
You, next week, on the
Unless we'll do
15th
it
on Monday?
another day.
I got a lot of dates on my calendar already.
Okay.
How many hours did they say we
We
have
will
to do?
provide you the information. I'm not trying to leave you out, but are you okay with Monday the 15th?
I'm so boring. I don't have a life. 15th is fine.
What about the 16th or 17th?
No, she's on holiday.
Oh, she's on
correct?
holiday.
No,
No.
I
Oh.
got a lot of
Stuff,
Oh, I got you.
because it's the week of closing school. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Tuesday better? Or the whole week?
That whole week
No.
is fine.
Okay, I'm just trying to accommodate. All right, so Monday's it. You're okay, Commissioner Green? Commissioner
Yes,
Fiore, you're okay?
I think I am. I don't
With
have.
Monday the 15th to get there? Okay. All right, so I will add that to my list to make sure that that meeting is posted for specific to
6
um,
o'clock.
6 o'clock here in the chambers. Specific to the remote definition of what she can and can't do, or in the position to assure us that we can do that. And basically, any delineation of the length of the FMLOA, because I will require that as well. So it should not be a long meeting, and citizens, your input is welcome. Okay. Anything to report, Commissioner Green?
No.
On your report, okay. Commissioner Penny?
Since y'all talked about me so bad last,
I mean,
I went to I had a Zoom meeting in reference to the opioid task.
okay.
Other than that, I did nothing. I went nowhere, took no pictures.
No paparazzi? Oh my God, I'm disappointed.
Y'all talked about me so bad, hurt my feelings.
Turkey ate the camera, huh? Okay, thank you. All right. And Vice Mayor Bailey, anything to report?
I'm disappointed that you didn't go, because what we said, we love looking at your pictures. The only thing I did for last month was the community dinner that Mr. Arnold, oh, that's right, that Mr. Arnold mentioned earlier. And then tomorrow, I do have a meeting with the Florida League of Mayors.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I also wanted to say, as far as Lewandowski is concerned, I didn't even know until after the conversation that he was the person, I guess,
Fourth candidate.
that applied today. And to me, it didn't make a difference, because if he applied today and we just decide we're going to give him the position, that's not fair to all of those applicants that already applied. And I feel like everybody need to have that fair opportunity and to go through. Oh, exactly. So I'm not comfortable with that. It has nothing to do with who he is. So he may or may, no, because we're not going to. But since I didn't have a chance to say that at that time, I'm saying it now. He does have a lot of good ideas, and I've told him that before when he comes up. He have a lot of good ideas. So it's not that. It's just that, like I said earlier, I think that my job is to do what is best for the city. So that means looking at all applications.
Okay, thank you. All right. And I have nothing to report other than the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Walker, for sharing the positives with Senator McClain. We did not complete the action of record, and maybe this is something that we can get completed through remote, on our response to the county regarding our due diligence plan for the repayment of the wild spaces, public places. So that's action that we'll still need to attend to. I'll ask that to be agended on the 6th so that we have any ideas and input, and hopefully some action items listed from our manager. I will include on this, has nothing to do with my report, but I will include on this communication that we receive on Monday, the remote IT stuff, ensuring that that's completed with whatever Deanna's working with remotely from home, the MLA certification, and then the remote workflow capacity and her kind of itemizing what are those capacities she's going to be able to do. I will also ask her to share her cell phone for communication, just as an action item, and not because y'all have it, I don't, but if you don't have it, Ms. Fiore, if you already have her cell phone at home, great. I don't, but I'm going to disclose and ask her to provide that for us in this capacity, working remotely from home. The other item on Monday that will be included, I think we should, is whatever we receive from Lodge 55 and the application. If that's acceptable by consensus, we'll have that to be able to review and be able to act on that contingent action we made tonight based on receiving the application. We can have that in front of us and look at that. That's okay. Is that okay? By consensus? That word I love.
Well, yeah, but the vote was that if they put in their application
What
and
they
it has
needed.
everything,
And it
that
will be
we have
approved.
already,
We've already
exactly.
approved it, but just
Yeah.
contingent on that. So we
Yes.
just, if we've reviewed it, then it's a done action and we're moving forward. And hopefully they'll have the flyer, because that's what I'm hoping we'd.
I sent it to Deanna.
Yeah,
He sent it to me and I sent it to Deanna.
yeah, I think she just sent it to all of us.
And I sent the donation letter just in case anybody wanted it, but I'm
You
going.
did send it to Deanna for her to send it out to us?
I sent it to
Yeah,
Deanna.
she
Thank
texted it.
But so I am going to send the donation letter and the flyer to all of the churches and the,
Thank you. All right.
businesses, cause I have their
And if they
emails.
get double time, that's fine. That's because we're in a short
Right.
frame of time. Okay, thank you. And that's all. There was no meeting for the North Central Florida Planning Council in November. There's never a meeting in November. And I will be missing my first meeting in 3.5 years this Thursday because it's on a date that I had a conflict. So, and I apologize for that. If someone else would like to represent Archer, it's in Lake City at the Holiday Inn Suites, and you get a free meal. So it starts at 7 p.m. and you can arrive about 6:30 and sign in.
It's not as good as they fed us last year, though, I don't think.
It's not. It's okay, but it's a central place for all of the other regional areas. So thank you. I got that. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question about a comment you made. You said that Monday, that's when you are going to provide us with the information you got from Deanna, but when are you requiring the information to be sent to you for all your answers?
From Deanna?
Yeah.
Before the end of this week. I mean,
Okay, so like, why not tomorrow? Like, why would we not do this immediately? I just don't understand why we wait on this.
If I do receive it, I'm gonna give it to the attorney to distribute to us.
Okay.
So we're prepared for the Monday communication. The sooner the better.
Okay.
I mean, so as soon as I reach out to her without causing any strain or duress, we're looking for this because our next special call meeting is Monday. And so, we'd like to have it for review for our special call meeting on Monday. But, I mean, that's what I intend to do. Okay. Last but not least, public comment number.
I would like to,
Don't interrupt them.
Oh, okay.
I would
Yes,
like
ma'am.
to give my update.
I'm sorry, Ms. Fuller.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
Probably jumped ahead.
Well, y'all let me do my comments. So
No, Commissioner
I
Fiore.
think we need to respect
She has to do her comment
Commissioner
first.
Fiore.
Well, hurry up.
Commissioner Fiore.
She has to get home to her sick husband. Can she speak real
No,
quick?
you good. You good. Yeah, she's just joking.
No, she really does.
I don't think it's gonna take very long. Go ahead.
Okay.
Commissioner Fiore.
So to comment with Vice Mayor, it was for interim city manager, so it wouldn't have been for permanent, so that wouldn't affect the outcome of those other applicants. I have a question. Does anyone know if the bonuses were paid out?
I have not seen them, and that doesn't mean they're not going to be distributed on a separate paycheck. That's what the last I understood, because we directed her to have withholding and FIT, all the necessary taxes taken out of that bonus of $191 and some change that it equates to. For
Okay.
6 people, at what the approved amount was.
350. So
I can certainly
As
ask
a-
Deanna that, so if she's gonna, have that on this next payroll before the 25th, or
okay.
I'll add that to my list.
As of December 3rd, the I-9 forms have not yet been filled out for any employee except one.
Okay,
I will stress again that those come with penalties,
Okay.
and that doesn't seem to be a priority. It was requested of me last month to provide an example of a monthly financial update that could be provided to us and the citizens. I completed one for Deanna, and I sent that on to her within a day or so after the meeting. I don't know if she plans on using it, but I think it's good information that we all want to know. For example, list of extraordinary items such as FEMA reimbursement would be a good idea to have on this list. The 2 grant funds that we got would be a great item to put on this. We surplus a truck, that would be a great item to put on here, just put really easy for us as citizens and commission to see what some of those items might be. Overtime pay, I think we should be told what overtime pay is year to date, each month, what's the reason. This does not take a long time. It's literally filling in a dollar amount and maybe a couple words saying that so-and-so line broke and this required an extra 10 hours work. When we get to the point, what month are we reconciled to? I know we don't, apparently the last month that was reconciled was September of 24. And the last item, accounts payable, there's things that haven't been paid. I would like to have a list of that. So those are the items that I included on that example for the finance report. She also asked for help on feedback for the auditor questions. And so, again, within a day or so of her asking, I provided her with what I knew. The file just basically showed variances between last year and this year, and the auditors were questioning why. And she said she didn't have the answers for that, so I answered as much as I knew based on, just following the commission the last year or so. And
thank you.
yep. And I was going to mention the 2 grants, but they were already mentioned but I'll give you the amounts. So the Springs Restoration was 5.6 million, and the other one that we received was, don't have it at my fingertips. It was 8.5 million, and that one was for the drinking water improvements, and that was through FDEP.
Both of those were, weren't they?
Yeah, Florida Department of Environmental, but there was 2 emails that went out saying
The Florida
congratulations,
DEP,
you got that.
Not the,
Florida Department of
not
Environmental
the federal
Protections.
DEP, which we still have grant sourcing
Yeah.
for that as well.
And I reached out to Mike New so that I'd like to sit down with him to get more information on what these grants are looking like. For example, for what I'm reading, there's no time of our employees being capability of being charged to any of these grants, and I would assume that our employees in the public works will have a lot of time with these grants. So I was curious on how the mechanics and the accounting is working. So I requested that meeting with Mike New. I sent him an email. I requested his contact information, but I never received his phone number, so I did it by email. We still need to get the Wild Spaces Public Places discussion agenda. That is not on this agenda either for discussion. And I believe that's it. Thanks.
That's it?
Yep.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Lopez, public comment period.
Are you gonna set a date tonight for the Wild Spaces Public Places, meeting?
Be on the January 26th agenda.
January 26th, okay. First of all, I want to say this. I've said thank you, Commissioner Green, so many times to Calvin. But when I went over there to clean that toilet, which should have been done because people use it on a daily basis, and it hadn't been done in weeks and Sundays. No, I don't appreciate that, and I will let you know. What I would like for you to do, if you don't mind, Commissioner Green, is tell them that they can use the community service workers during the week. I've already inquired and I know they can do it. What I want to know now is have they even asked? They can't do it on the weekend because I know you guys don't want them to use overtime and all of that. The second thing I want to say that I took the newly elected officials class with the Florida League of Cities and the advanced class. And I was told that all of you have the authority to investigate the affairs of the city. All of you. So what Ms. Fiore did the other day, I would have done it too if that gate had been open. I would have walked in there, and just because she walked in there and was filming some whatever was going on in there, that was her prerogative. She had every right, as far as I'm concerned, to do that. I would have done the same thing. And I, like Mayor Hope said, that was the I guess the whatever broke the camel's back is the gate was open. All of this would have never happened had that been taken care of.
And they'd follow
The other
directions.
thing I want to mention to you, and I'm trying to do this quickly so I can go home. I remember Deanna saying to me that, no, she wrote me an email and she said that, you know, I had been complaining about the road between Archer Road and 131st. Because now I'm riding across Mr. Arnold's property. She said that Mr. Arnold said that he would fix that road, $6,000 in kind. Do you guys know about that?
She stated in an email.
Email, it was
Okay, that was
posted.
an email, so you do know about that.
Yes, ma'am.
I just didn't want you to forget it because we're still riding on the side of the road over there across his property. That road is the worst I've ever seen it, and you guys spent $31,000 to fix it in 2020, and it's a shame. The other thing I want to ask the attorney is when are we going to do something about Mr. Hammond and his assistant?
Our options were something that your associate last month was gonna bring back and just, we were gonna agenda it so that we didn't know those options at some attorney report.
The real issue is getting a fair and a in-depth assessment of what
Was taken.
what we can do and what we can sue for. And is it de minimis? And if it is, spending more money to chase that is not a good idea. If it's something that is, and ultimately that's your decision to make. If you say, hey, we want to recoup this, then we'll do what we can do to proceed. But we don't have the information at this point from a fiscal standpoint to understand
From a
where.
forensic standpoint, what was
Yes.
taken inappropriately.
Correct.
And
so
what would we have to do to get that?
We need the books reconciled into 2020, I think 2024 is pretty well done, Roberta, but I think 2025 is not. So we need some more data and more information.
To validate
Right.
what is being expensed and reconciled in 2020.
And this is another reason why we need to get some help in here quick.
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's been too long for us to have to wait to get somebody put in jail for mishandling, I'm not gonna say stealing, mishandling our funds.
Time is up in respect to the others. Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Drive safe. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Costello.
Hello, Lori Costello, citizen. Commissioner Green, I have said thank you. So before, you start telling the citizens that they need to say thank you,
I know. Got it.
ask us, okay? That's all you gotta do is ask us. Okay. Also, that was an embarrassment, what Vice Mayor Bailey brought up about Commissioner Fiore. When you've been on the commission long enough that you should know the charter and know that she has the right to investigate the affairs of the city. So I just, that was, I don't know, that was kind of an embarrassing moment. But also, I'm sitting back here and I'm like, it didn't even make sense for you to say about Mr. Lewandowski about giving him the job when he wouldn't even be applying for the interim manager. He would be for the interim manager, but not the full-time, not the part-time, permanent, that's what I want to say, permanent manager. So I hope if this comes up again, that we'll have your vote if we need somebody here on the premises to manage, because we have already went through Cindy working from home, and we know how that worked out. It didn't work out at all. And this is not about Deanna, but when somebody's sick, you can't expect them to do their job. That's just plain. And it just seems like y'all didn't even take that in consideration, that, she's sick and you're expecting her to do your job. I was kind of shocking.
1 minute, Ms. Costello.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I was wondering when you were going to answer my questions that I asked. Y'all have a tendency to forget and the meeting ends, and, because I thought that you were going to wait till everybody, after the public comment, that session of the public comment, that you were going to answer the questions, and you didn't answer my question.
I don't think I had answers of the questions you were asking.
Okay, well then you needed to tell me. So you don't know when are you gonna, I asked about the trucks and the equipment sitting at Public Works. Are we going to let them just sit outside and rot?
We
Or are we
review
gonna
surplus equipment in January every year.
Okay,
So
all right.
we'll
Does
have
the
that
guys know that they have to get that ready? Because it seems like they're kind of not on board, because we went many years without that being done.
I'll communicate that to our
Okay,
city manager.
thank you. Yeah, because that
Yes,
has
ma'am.
kind of just
Okay,
went by the wayside.
okay.
And also, Commissioner Green, this is a comment for you, because I've sent you what Public Works used to do with the same amount of people. It was 5 times the amount of work than what we are doing now, and that's a big concern. And that's something that I would like you to look into, because I know that you say they work so hard and all
Time is
this
up, Ms.
stuff.
Costello. Thank
Okay,
you.
so I can't wait to hear from you on that subject.
I'll speak to Deanna.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Green.
Do we need to extend?
Yeah, we need to extend the meeting 10 more minutes, please.
All right, motion to extend
The
for
motion,
10
have a
more
second?
minutes.
Extend it again.
Second from Commissioner Penny. All those in
Yeah.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign, motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Green, for your patience. Go ahead.
Mr. Walker, I want to say congratulations on your son being chosen Defensive Player of the Year. And I know your heart skipped a beat when he said, "Thanks to my dad that taught me how to be a man." I thought that was special. The Historical Society,
Yeah.
he's going to have a great future. I see that on Facebook.
What is he playing? Congratulations.
Mayor, you need a timekeeper.
Hello, he's got one.
You need a part-time keeper.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
maybe a parliamentarian
Yes, ma'am.
to keep these people, keep it moving.
Yes,
There's
ma'am.
been a lot of good conversation tonight. I'm not complaining about any
Thank
of
you.
that. But I want to report that we had a Zoom meeting with Mr. Walker concerning the railroad property between the Historical Society building and the city property that we have there. And we left the meeting with, you were going to see about the survey, and I was to reach out to Mr. Arnold, and I don't know what I was to reach out to him for, but I did, and we're ready to go with whatever we can do. So his suggestion was, let's just drop a proposal and move forward. Do we consider the survey?
We need to have a specific delineation of what the legal is. And actually, we met with Mayor Hope and Mary Hope today, and they're going to get a survey of their portion of the property that they wish to obtain from this old CSX roadway. We need to get that done for the Historical Society, so we have an actual legal description. And I met on the property, so I have a pretty good idea, I believe, of what it is that you're looking for the Historical Society, at least in my mind's eye. Now we need to reduce that to a legal description, and so we can get that sold, put some money into the city's coffers on all of these properties and get this going. But I think we had good progress today.
Okay, so what do we need to do as a historical?
If you could sketch out on a tax parcel map or something, this is the area, this is what the property is that we're looking for. This is what we want to, how many feet it is, that sort of thing. That would be very helpful.
Well,
And when the property owners are, such as the Hopes, are doing their work on their property, if we can have the surveyor do that for all of these properties, that would be very helpful. At the same time, I think it would be cheaper and more expeditious if we do
Well,
it.
until we know what the county is looking for a rail to trail, how can we do that?
I think they know that. I think they've surveyed that out, and I think that's pretty well understood.
That was what we were waiting on, is the.
And we're still waiting, aren't we?
I've not seen that.
No,
We
we've
haven't
not
seen
seen that. Okay, all right.
Because I
Thank
think
you.
that's how you can take action representing the depot, is based on what that survey says. Because the survey that Ms. Hope has regarding what we met about today is a cutout of that survey that's already been done ordered by the county.
Oh, sure,
in
because
26
hers goes
and
right to that
unfortunately, it
road.
doesn't have anything with the depot in it. And so that's why they're, my Mary, she's trying to be very frugal, and she says she just wants a remarking on the survey that's already done. And that's where we actually did the square foot that she needed for her driveway. So now, once the attorney reviewed it, because we want to make sure legal said this is okay to do this, now Mary's going to go back to the surveyor ordered by the county. The county said that, she could request conversation with them, and she's just going to say, I need a mark off. It's kind of what the engineering, the surveying term is on that. And then there'll be a fee that Mary will have to pay,
Okay, so,
but it's on the current survey. So that's where the
Thank you.
depot is.
thank you. Yeah, so it's 2 minutes. And I will say this, when the idea of Bill being introduced came up, it was about him turning in an application. That was stated. That sealed my decision. Bill has said time and time again, I am not a city manager. Why would I agree or second that motion? So you could feel any kind of way you want to, that's fine. I am going by what I know about him. And if we have other applicants, then fine, let's do that. Because if we're basing it on the fact that he put in an application today, no. And as far as what happened with Commissioner Fiore, there was a lot of information that was given to me. So, and because it was verbal and I'm on the phone, no, I don't remember everything. That's why I told her I do want to hear it again. So be embarrassed, but be embarrassed for yourself. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. White.
Oh, we need to extend the meeting. Again. My bad. How many minutes? 10
We
this
have
time?
5 minutes left.
5. All right. Motion to extend for 5 minutes.
No, we have 5 minutes
got
left.
5
for the last 15. Yes, ma'am.
We got 5 left.
We
Go
didn't
ahead,
do
Commissioner
15, we
White.
did 10.
Just
We
a couple
did-
of things.
No, we did 10.
Do either one of y'all know where we are with the audit?
No.
No?
Other
I'm sorry?
than answering questions. that they-
Oh, we're not supposed to answer that. That you're saying to me? Don't
No,
answer.
I said,
Do you know, is the audit done?
No, it's not. So when I spoke to Deanna on Wednesday, the auditors provided her with a different format of the questions that she was to submit answers to. And like, she's told me that September of '24 was the last month. So you have all fiscal year '25 that needs to be entered into well, maybe not all of 25, but they're still working on 25, so they don't have 26, obviously, and no
So-
reconciliation for 25.
Do you happen to know if she asked for, and I'm sorry, I'm not going through the mayor, but if she happened to ask for an extension, because we're late.
And no,
Real
we
late.
didn't get into that conversation.
And Senator McLean knows that in his conversations with us in our meeting. He said that the information for.
So that's a real good issue right there, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Suppose that 134 of the citizens get together and do a petition and ask for an audit. They have to do it. They have to do it. So, if they come in here to do an audit on us and we don't have a city manager, then I don't know what we'll do. But that's not on me. The one thing that y'all tend to forget, though, with the Fiore, Calvin, Deanna situation, it's not necessarily the gate. The gate wouldn't have even happened had Deanna just said, Calvin can meet you, carry you around. All she asked was for somebody in Public Works to drive her around. That's all she asked for. But nobody could do it. All Deanna had to do was say, they can't do it today, but they can do it tomorrow. And there's no reason one of them shouldn't have carried her around. She's not going to tell them, hey, turn left, turn right, do whatever. So I know she's not supposed to do that, but she's not going to tell them there's garbage picking up. I think she's got more sense than that. All this could have prevented had she been treated like she was a commissioner, like one of y'all. And she's not being treated that way, and you all know it.
I just wanted to make another comment that I reached back out to Deanna with a request to, still not knowing there was an issue here, to say, hey, I can leave my job early one day and meet up. Can you provide me with some times? We can do like 4 o'clock or so. Still not realizing that there was this issue that apparently came about. So that was a most recent email, I believe, on Sunday.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr.
Citizen
Tufano.
Charles
Yes, sir.
Tufano. So I just want to piggyback on what Joni just said. It seems, I want to, thank Commissioner Fiore for doing everything she's done and all the wonderful, really great questions she's asking. And I also note, as I'm sure all the citizens do, and anybody who watches the YouTube, why the rest of our commissioners don't ask these same very questions. I'd like to address something specifically to Commissioner Green, where you would basically attacked us about how we don't thank the workers and how, okay?
Don't do like Fletcher.
Chill.
Right.
And speak.
How all these water bottles and things, that's a year. That's years of deplorable maintenance and people who care about what they do, okay? And you missed the whole point. You missed the whole point about what Commissioner Fiore was doing. The gate was unlocked. You missed the whole point. That's why we're in the situation we are now. It's because of these commissioners we have. It's because you don't ask these questions. I don't know what more to say. And you need to embrace what Commissioner Fiore's doing, because maybe we could get more stuff done. She's a great example of what should be done. And I still got 1:30. So the other thing, I see Vice Mayor has left, but she can listen to the recording. But I think her responses were very combative, and it should have been more of thank you, Commissioner Fiore, for taking all this time and sending emails on Saturday and Sundays. Clearly, our Commissioner Fiore has gone way over and above, and I would expect the rest of my commissioners to be doing that. And it's been years and years of this. I've been coming to this commission for 2 years now, and I've seen no progress until Commissioner Fiore was elected. And oh, by the way, again for Vice Mayor, the reason I didn't run this last time, because I knew Commissioner Fiore was going to run, and that she was way more qualified to help us out than I would. But again, I stand here and say I would volunteer. I think it's a huge mistake not to put Mr. Lewandowski in immediately tomorrow, and I'll be here free. And I have, again, 30 years of corporate business background. I'm sure I could type in a few things and help you guys
Thank you,
out.
Commissioner
But
Vaughn.
the message I get from this dais, except for Commissioner Fiore, is that you don't want change. You simply don't want it. And I'm sorry. My time's up.
Thank you, sir.
Time is on, Sam.
Anyone else?
That was sweet. You got to extend the meeting again.
I have a motion to extend the meeting 10 more minutes.
Phil Frost, resident.
Motion. Karen, I have a motion from you to extend the meeting?
Motion to extend the meeting 10 more minutes.
Second. Commissioner, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nays, like sign, motion carries 4-0, 10 minutes. Yes, sir. Sir,
I've
thank you.
worked in maintenance shops all my life. I've been lead man, I've been a supervisor. An unclean shop is totally unacceptable.
Yes.
It's mostly for safety. So, and I know, because I was there about a month ago, and I was talking to one of the maintenance guys down there, and I see the stuff all over the place. It needs to be cleaned up.
All right.
So,
Thank you. Thank you for that input. Anyone else? Yes, sir, Mr. Lewandowski.
I had to stand up, my knees are blocking me. Couple things. One is that I think it's great that we're getting the $65 million, but unless it's used with a systems approach and really integrate into what the city needs, we're gonna have a problem. We're getting that money for certain things. I'm not convinced that that money is really to completely benefit Archer. I mean, it is. But unless we make sure that it's meeting our goals and needs, we may wind up with a sewer project that people can't afford to pay the bills for. You know, I want this to benefit us, not developers. Developers make money, that's cool. I'm okay with that. But it has to match our needs, and it has to be integrated. And you can't just push that up on the contractor, because the contractor doesn't represent us. And the money coming in does not help our current operation cost. I think Commissioner Fiore was right on with that. We need to see how we can help have that at least pay maybe some of our debt service or pay some of the employees. That's really key. I mean, that's how I make money in my business. Well, I'm partially retired now, so I don't make that much money anymore. I was not going to apply for the job. I have a comfortable life. I don't need the money. I'm not rich, but I'm not
Too
poor.
expensive the last time you spoke. $200,000.
That would be my normal contract fee.
Yeah.
I'm not as expensive as the
I'm
city
not making
attorney
that
is, but I live here. I've been coming to these meetings for 10 years, except for the year my mother was sick. And I've made a lot of comments, pro and con. And when I heard that Deanna had, that she has this issue, I thought I needed to step forward and put my money where my mouth is. So I've put an offer on the table. I've tried to make this as easy as possible. I would be willing to do a 1099. I've done a little research. I think that's allowed. As a 1099 employee, there's no fringe benefits, there's no vacation. I take care of the taxes. I have my own EIN as a consultant. It's a non-problem. It's the cheapest option you could possibly get. And I just think it needs to happen. The problem you have is not that Deanna is not doing a good job. I think under the circumstances, she's doing an amazing job, and I've said that multiple times here, even though I get frustrated with some of the things she's done. It's a capacity issue. You don't have the capacity when she was sitting here every day. You are certainly not going to have the capacity when she has to sit at home. I know she's going to work hard and try to do it, but you're already behind the power curve. And she's trying to make up for years of neglect. And there's a lot of good things coming down the pike. At this point, as I sit here and watch it, I'm not sure we're going to make it to the end. And that would be a real tragedy that we have money coming in and all this other stuff, but we can't survive. Lots of businesses have gone under, like Enron, because they had lots of revenue coming in, but you know what? They were still in debt. And you fold. So I put the offer on the table, even though I didn't want to do it, I wasn't going to do it. But I think at this point in time, for me, it's the right thing to do. Whether you guys agree and want to hire me, really, I'm not going to be offended. If you want to give somebody else a job, that's fine. I have the experience, I've got the capability. Joyce said it's okay,
That's
which is the most important thing. We
Yeah.
had a long discussion about it.
Absolutely.
And so if you want me to help, I'm here to help. And if I do that, I will work with the commission. The other thing I wanted to say, another reason I thought it was important is because I firmly believe that until we get the type of governance in, like Newberry has, which is we based the charter on very strongly. You guys who are there, you know this. Until we get that mayor system in, where you have that individual who can act as an ombudsman for the community, you're going to have a problem. You're always going to continually have these types of problems. I mean, you really, if you wanted to have a special meeting, you guys can't call each other and say, hey, do you want to have a meeting? You can't do it. If you had a mayor, an elected mayor, you could do that. You could talk to the elected mayor and he could work some of these issues. There's so much things that can be done offline that doesn't violate the spirit of the law when you have that type of a system. So, but until you get that, you need somebody who's willing to put their nose to the grindstone to make it happen until you get that kind of a system in.
Thank
And you know what? I'm going to stand here and tell you, I don't know if being a part-time person that I can completely do what needs to be done. I'll certainly try, but there's a lot to do, and you're so far behind, it's going to be tough. And I'm going to need everybody who's willing to help in the community to help me out, because it's really, really needed at this point. Okay, just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
And Mr. Lewandowski, I just want to address just something that you said. It wasn't that, I don't think it's so much that, I know for me, that I don't want to or don't. What I'm saying is that let's hear from her. Let's give her an opportunity. I mean, they're wanting us to put you in there tomorrow. And to me, that's a slap in her face. So I appreciate you wanting to step up and help out. But I think at the same time, we owe that to her. To, let the mayor get the information he's going to get from her. You all give us an opportunity to come back and meet again. But I appreciate you. It's not that we don't appreciate you all. And I apologize. Lori said, they do say thank you. The citizen says thank you. I apologize for that, for saying that, we should say thank you. But it's not that, I'm talking for self. I personally didn't say that I didn't want to or we don't need to. I think it's a way to do all things.
Yeah, I'm not offended.
So, and I know you're not easily offended like that. But I just wanted you to know that it's not that we're just going to throw you away. I mean, you have the same opportunity like all the other folks, but I know you're not trying to get it permanently. But at the same time, I just feel that we owe our employer that respect because she has done a lot. She has been running interim manager position and her deputy clerk position. So, where there was, I said it at the last meeting, where there was, 4 or 5 people in the office, there was only 3 in there, so
Right.
I feel like we owe.
Yeah, so my perspective, and I appreciate your perspective on it, I truly do. My perspective is, if I were her, I would appreciate the help, because she's not losing her job. She's gonna take a step down in pay, there's no doubt
Right.
about that, obviously, but she's not gonna lose her job. It would take a huge amount of pressure, and if she truly has medical issues, that would be the best thing for her, is to have somebody step in right away
And assist.
to help
Thank
her
you.
out.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Meeting adjourned 10:40.
Okay. You see what you have to look forward to? 10:30, 11 o'clock.